Y'all know what it is. MZ Talks Boxing.
Let me make this abundantly clear. We talk about boxing here. My opinion is winning, but if you ain't feeling, then good on your boxing. Yeah, this mental headshot sting. So do these body blows that I bring. You wanted the big step to the ring. Let's go to the toe to the final bell ring. MZ Talks Boxing. Yeah.
What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Got some things to talk about. Tragedy in the rap game, the music game. It's by understanding that the boy Takeoff was killed the other day, maybe a day ago. It's being reported, which is horrible news. Horrible. But we're gonna sit back, let the family start rolling in. I'm getting myself together right now. It's been a heck of a week. That damn Lomachenko, however you say his name. God, I don't know what happened, but they pulled a stunt for your boy. Got a win off of it. Got into my pocket. Cocksucker. Salute. Trey X in the house. What's up, my bro? What's up? I got that message that you sent me. Yeah, I jumped right on it. Just want to let you know. I did jump on it. I'm still reeling from Lomachenko. Son of a gun. Hey, bro, if you want the link, I put it in the Discord. Sitting here trying to get myself together. Get myself together. La, da, da. So I'm seeing a report that Shakur Stevenson was present in the situation. Let me see. Make sure I got this right. I don't want to be saying the wrong stuff, having people confused. D-Lo 44 Boxing is in the house. What's up, pimpin'? Voice of reason. I see we got people rolling in pretty swiftly there. Pretty swiftly. I like that. Get my gas together. I went and found this new store that got some Magilla Gorilla. So I'm sitting in here quite happy. I told him D-Lo sent me. I text you back and tell you to hold off on Jermaine. Oh, yeah. I took care of that. I saw that. I did see the hold off on the Jermaine Franklin. So, yeah, I was sleeping pretty good today, man. I got to the house and when I got home from work, man, I got in the bed and laid it down. Slept pretty much the whole day. J1 Pro in the house. Salute, my brother. Salute. Glad to see you coming in. Y'all hit that like button as you come on in. And y'all let me know how we're going to take this conversation. We're going to jump right on to the Earl Spence news, Terrence Crawford, which really is not news to me. We're going to talk about the boy Takeoff getting killed in H-Town. Now, that is kind of sad, and that is news. Y'all let me know. Like I said, I'm trying to get myself together, wait for enough of the family to get here while I roll up and get my gas going. Got me a new stove. We're trying to see what kind of wood is going to burn. Man, Halloween. Let me tell y'all about Halloween working inside a convenience store. So I'm in the store, and these witches come into the store. One of them was supposed to be in the fairy or whatever. She had on a sheer, like white, I want to call it a nightgown, because that's what it looked like, and some turquoise G-string up under it. So naturally, I'm curious, and I say, what you supposed to be? And she said, well, I'm a fairy. I forgot my wings. So, beat me being me, say, well, it look like you forgot something else because, all your bottoms out. Yeah. She was like, that's how it's supposed to be. I ain't never seen the fairy running around in the G-string. Have any of you guys seen the fairy running around in the G-string in any movie, any cartoon, anything? Don't fairies used to have on clothes? Joseph Brown in the house. What's up, man? He say, what's up? I mean, salute MZ. What up, chat? And I'm sure everybody gonna be cordial. But y'all let me know if y'all ever seen a fairy wearing sheer and running around with no bottoms. And that's all I seen all this weekend, as a matter of fact. Starting Friday, these women, these young girls, these young ladies, whatever you want to call them, they was coming up in our little store, half naked, stuff popping out, not shamed, just letting it show to the world. My goodness, I can't tell you. It was something else. No shame at all. I mean, no shame. Just busting it out. Coming in the store, twerking down the lane where all the snacks are. It's just something else. Something else indefinitely. So, what's going on today, my people? Y'all holler at me. Tell me what want to talk about. I've been waiting for Hypey to come through since. What did he say his name is? Now he the new. He always changes his name to something. That dude there is a character. If you haven't been listening, let me say it real quick. Let me give some advertising out to that boy Trey X. Trey X is still doing a hell of a job with picking these picks in football and boxing. I have slowly moved over into taking some picks for football, and it came out quite well. I had to learn the plus line and the minus thing, the plus points and stuff like that. But once I got that up under my belt, it was quite easy to digest. I went all in pretty much last week. I came back out pretty good. Ain't nothing changed. You know, I didn't drop real low except one bet that I snuck in. I took the fight to go the distance with Lomachenko, but some kept telling me that youngster was going to beat Lomachenko. So I threw a little bit of extra over there on that, hoping that we would get the decision. Now I feel like Lomachenko lost. Now, I don't know how anybody else feels or what they thought. But I feel like Lomachenko lost, and I heard a lot of people feel like he lost. But I took the loss on that. That's right, Trey X, the betting guru, Joseph Brown, this man that helped me make some change. And all I can do is smile about it and suggest that if you're in the betting and you like betting, mess with that man. Go ahead and become a member on Marlowe's Corner. Is it a member or... I'm something. I know I got a badge over there. Let it be known that I'm down with the crown, doing the Block family thing. Oh, shoot, we got some kind of emergency. Y'all give me a second. Texas is saying somebody that got kidnapped, child abduction in Rosenberg, Texas. Green 2004 Ford F450 license plate T2160J in Texas. Victim is a 1-year-old Hispanic female, Leanna Ordonez, who was last seen wearing the red Whataburger onesie. Suspect is Alexander. Oh, it's probably her dad. Well, that's one thing I like about Texas with that Amber Alert. Ever since that little girl got took back in the day, they wait a minute, Joseph Brown. He say, is everyone audio sped up? Why is it? Am I talking funny? Am I talking funny? Somebody tell me if I'm talking funny. Or am I just talking too fast? You can't talk about the Matrix like that, MZ. Come on, Joseph Brown. I ain't talking about him. I'm just saying I think he lost. That's all I'm saying. Now, Trey X, I didn't know if you wanted the football picks this week. I've been on 25 games. Got 2 going on right now. Winning on both of them. What? Yeah, I'm into the mix now, so I can go ahead and let you know if some football games that I can get on. Let me know. I'm throwing bets everywhere. I thought I had let you know that I went on and rolled on every pick that you gave me last week. I came out pretty good. Like I said, the only thing that messed me up is Lomachenko getting that gift decision. Never mind this right now. Let me see. Never mind this right now. It must have been my phone. It sounds hilarious. Okay. Well, I'm thinking my sound is right. I haven't did a sound check or anything. I just been on here going at it. You keep talking about the Matrix like Mr. Anderson going to the Mr. Anderson going to the hey, he might, but my audio okay. And who was Mr. Anderson riding with the Matrix? Y'all, so you telling me, Joseph Brown, you telling me that the Matrix won? Is that what you telling me? Because I think he lost. I think he lost. And he got away with some of my money. Trey X, I need you, Mr. Guru. Whatever football picks starting, whenever the next run goes, I'm all in. Football and boxing. I got the point thing down, like I said. And I just want to have some fun with it and keep it growing because it look like I got plenty of time to try to save up money to go see a fight now because it don't seem like these boys is going to try to fight. Joseph Brown said it was close. I understand it was close. I understand. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. But I still feel like he lost. I had money on it, so of course I'm gonna feel like he lost. Why does this keep popping back up here like that? As if it's got his own mind or something. Slow down with that. Oh, to the Block family, I want to let y'all know we put Scumbo Baggins out. It came out. It came out on the 31st, Halloween. It came out on Halloween, so that song, Scumbo Baggins, is out in the airways as we speak. So you can get your Scumbo on anytime you want now. You don't have to listen to it through YouTube. You can get it on Spotify or Sound, iCloud, iTunes, or Apple Music, or whatever it's on. So I did some checking because I seen that Yasser had put into the had left a note about a shootout at the dice game with the Migos. Well, not all the Migos, but it's being reported that Takeoff has been killed, which is last week was a feather week in college football. All feathers, no chicken. Went 7-6 last week in college. And I forgot to send you the NFL picks. They would have made you some profit. I got you though. Hey, I appreciate it. Ain't no thing at all. Because I did say let me make sure I get the understanding of what was going on and everything. So yeah, I should have let you know. J1 Pro said I thought Loma Ortiz was a draw. You think? Okay, well, if you think it was a draw, I still think that Loma lost because I had money on it, so that's kind of skewing my vision about it a little bit. Other than that, it's all right. La D in the house. What's up, sis? She put the big MZ with the exclamation marks and a dark heart. I still got to learn what the colors of the hearts mean so I can have a better understanding of how to react. But what's up, sis? Glad to have you here. And she in here early. Bud is going live in 17 minutes. Ain't that a bitch? Of all days for him to go live, he want to go live. Oh, well, I guess the only thing to do is see. Wait a minute, going live on Instagram? Do I even got Instagram? I'll be seeing a little more come up on my phone, but I don't know how to pull it up. I'll figure it out. What is he gonna tell us? That the fight not happening? Miss Addison in the building, Salute Queen, LID Joseph Brown just got all kind of Matrix sayings going on tonight. All kind. Let me put this. The knees is bad. Glad to be off. Got me some good gas. Got me some good drink. So what do you think we're going to hear from Mr. Crawford? First, let me ask, anybody going to listen to him so they can let us know what's going on? At least tell me how to get over there so I can listen. Because all I'm hearing right now is, that bald head dude from let me not call him that bald head dude. I know his name is Fred. Fred from Barbershop Conversations. Now I don't even know because Yasser was like he was being sarcastic, talking about he spoke to Al. I don't know what's going on. I'm almost at the point that I don't give a damn about Crawford and Spence now because so much nonsense and so much this and that has been said. Now, I am one of the people that said that, I'm going to ride it out with the guy I like. But then on the other note, it's so many stories coming out, so many things being said. 1 second, I'm, your boy TC talking. I literally heard the interview where he said Earl He blaming Earl, really saying that Earl was like, fuck him when he was with Top Rank. Nobody didn't want to work with him, this and that. The dude, you know, these it's just a mess. This like some schoolgirls in the schoolyard, some school kids getting ready to fight and messing up everything. MZ Bud is announcing Pac-Man fight in April. Apex Legend Troll, what's up, man? We haven't seen you in a minute. Glad to have you in the house, kicking back. Come on in, take your feet off, blaze it up. Social Scientist, what's up, man? You right. RIP to Takeoff. Sad news. What I want to know is, you got money like that, and this is a question that I would ask. You know, it's a common sense question. You got money like that. Why are you at a dice game that's not controlled by you? That you know that the atmosphere, that the surroundings are protected. You got money. Let's think about it. You want to gamble. You want to have fun and hang out. Why would you do it in a spot that's just not able to be locked down by you? You know, some moves are foolish. Being real. Sometimes being real is the reason that a lot of these boys is being dead. You know what I'm saying? You're trying to show that you hard. You're trying to show that you could be wherever. And maybe they were just having fun and something went wrong. But still, if you're in a situation where you're playing with money, you know what I'm saying? You don't put yourself in a situation where people can get at you. Not easy. That makes no sense at all. None. You know what I'm saying? You're supposed to protect yourself at all times. It should always be in your mind when you step away from the house to do whatever you're going to do. Gamble, work, whatever you're going to do. The main objective is to get back home, isn't it? But, you know, that's just how I'm thinking about it. It's no way that I can see that I would have had these guys. I would have been at some dice game, some random dice game. I don't care if it wasn't random. It should have been protected. That man should not have lost his life in some foolishness like that. But hey, what can I say? I'm just here. I thought Lone Martin was a drug. Okay, we're going down there. Andrade. Okay, that's what I said wrong. I said Mr. Anderson. Yes, on IG, Joseph Brown, all right. LID, Trey. Okay, we're going down. Everybody just speaking to each other. That's great. Okay, Joseph Brown, I see that you said you would drop a link in the chat when it comes up. That way we can keep going, getting things understood. I read that. RIP. You know, what's up, Trey? Social Scientist, hit me up, man. I need to talk to you, see how you coming along on that verse. Let me know if everything going down good for you. The chat just exploded right now. I've been left that train. I just had fun laughing at these retarded fans arguing over their boyfriends. I feel you on that, and I have seen some good arguments. But the only thing I'm doing is just listening and seeing what's happening. I want to know, has anybody heard if the fight has been announced yet, other than from what we got from Blue Blood first letting us know? Has anybody, they start selling tickets or anything like that? Because I think the fight is in December, and this is like November. We don't have but one more month, and it's go time. I am looking to see what what Earl Spencer's announcement is. Will he be fighting? Will he be moving up? I'm kind of excited. I know Gil Cole's because people throwing Keith Thurman's name around in the bucket again, got him mixed in. So I'm sure we'll be seeing Gil Cole's popping up at any moment, any day now, talking about Thurman and the flute. We might well go ahead and get another flute track ready to start playing at will. So that man can walk out to the ring and get beat up by my favorite 147 pound. Apex Legend Troll say facts to the conversation that was going on. I'm glad everybody's speaking together. RP, I think he was set up. Yeah, Lala D, that's what I'm saying. You know, you rich. You got money. You want to enjoy yourself. Your money should protect you. This is how I look at it. You should use your money to protect you. You got big money like that. You want to go have fun. You got enough money to buy to rent out a place to have fun with you and your boys where y'all can have fun like that. Or you and your girls where you can have fun like that. You don't need to show up at some random spot, pockets bulging, and you finna go and think that everything gonna be gravy. You can't just do that, especially not in this day and time. When I was young, you couldn't do it. And that was a minute ago. And these boys and young ladies these young men and young ladies are a lot worse than what we were back in the day. So yeah, I'm thinking that They should have protected that man better. It's nothing else to say about that except they should have protected him better. He should have protected himself. It wasn't random, though. Jay Prince hosted it, and Shakur Stevenson was there. Okay, now, like I said, I hadn't had a lot of information on it. I just know that when you leave and you're going somewhere to gamble or do whatever, you should be thinking about protecting yourself at all times. And I don't know, Jay Prince. You know what? All I can say is, said a well-known group, one of their members, one of the best-selling rap groups with this era at this time, has lost a member. You know, for the fans, that's a lot that they're not gonna ever get back. You know, they can't get back that full group. The jams that were jamming are now really something that you want to hold on to, because one of those guys are gone forever. There's no returning. I heard the other one, the Quavo dude was there. I'm not really sure, but the rumors was coming in that he had got hurt, that he had got hit, but then they cleared that up and said he's all right. There's nothing wrong with him, but still, the young man, I don't even know what his real name, Offset's real name, I mean Takeoff's real name is, but all I can say is my heart go out to his family. You know, in music, when something happens in music, it kind of bothers me a lot because I love music, and you know, I love hearing these guys do their thing or these young ladies do their thing, and it bothers me when one of them get knocked off, especially over something stupid. And to get killed by another person 9 times out of 10 is over something stupid. I can't think of something that's so bad that it make me want to kill you, except you trying to kill me. Of course, I'm going to protect myself. But other than that, I think I can let you make it. Trey X said you can have the most civilized people at a dice game and violence can still erupt. Niggas get emotional over losing money. I know. They playing games with their money, and then they get mad because they lose their money. But you chose to play the game. So if you're not adapt and got your mental ready to take a loss and hear somebody talk noise to you, because you know some people gonna be winning and ain't capping. Oh, I can't use capping because that's mine. Some guys gonna be winning and stunting. Hey, yeah, I'm taking your money, I'm whooping your asses. Now you can't get mad because you literally chose to take a knee, shake the dice, and throw them up against the wall. Unless they had some tables. Well, you know, you say it was Jay Prince and him, and he hosted it. I'm sure they had some regular crap tables to throw on. But still, you know, you got to be able to control yourself and be on point. That's all it is. You got to be able to stay on point. And your head should always be on a swivel. Even when you're not gambling. You got money, people know who you are. You got to be ready. It said MZ, Joseph Brown. Joseph Brown said, MZ, Bud may answer those questions on his live. You know what? I think Bud gonna go on his live. He gonna talk about what people saying. He gonna instead of just explaining away what's happening. I got a feeling it's gonna be a lot of blame, a lot of finger pointing, and we're not gonna really get anywhere. We're just gonna have to wait and see. Apex Legend Troll says, Thurman outboxes Earl. Nope. Whoa, wait a minute. Is this Gil Coles in disguise? Because I know Earl Thurman outboxes Earl, no problem. Okay, I guess me and you would be the ones sitting across from each other, throwing popcorn. I'm going with the truth. I think the truth to take old Thurman. I'm just saying. No tickets for sale. Bud fight is free if you bring a basket of corn. Oh man. Don't do Nebraska like that. Don't do Nebraska like that. The only safe place to shoot dice is a casino. It's best to leave the hood in the hood. But if he does the hood, we'll say he's fake. He changed up. Rappers are in a complicated position. No, not really. You get some money. You don't keep going to the hood to do the same hood shit. I'm sorry. Yes, money will change you a little bit. That's what you go after it for, to make changes. Help you change up some things. Live a little better. Be able to go outside and not have to worry about dodging as many bullets. You know, the simple things in life. You just want to be able to enjoy it. So I feel what you're saying. Only, you know, the only safe place is a casino, which, you know, your money could take you to a place like that. Or if you're gonna be in a spot where somebody's hosting, make sure these motherfuckers in here without no guns and all that kind of stuff. Take their weapons away from them before you let them come in there and start deciding that they can rub shoulders with each other and enjoy the day. Other than that, if you don't, you're asking for trouble. That's the way I see it. And you know, I'm not trying to be holier than thou or anything. I'm just trying to be safe. I'm trying to, you got to think of ways to, you know, to be safe, keep your life as your life and not give it up to somebody else. That's all I can say. We got salute Derek Bailey. You slid on in. I didn't see you. We'll be on within the next 30 minutes. Don't put my crowd to sleep. If you don't slow down, hypey, but I hear you will be waiting for you, whatever. Everybody want to stay woke. That's up to them. I hope they got some rest last night. I went to bed after I got off work, got up a little while ago. So I'm feeling quite grand. Quite grand. Got my sip, got my drink. Excited about next week's bets coming in. I'm just watching the line, waiting for the guru to send me some picks so I can start snatching them in so I can get paid. Hey, man, I cannot lie to you. I done doing this betting stuff, Trey, it's got me amped about it. I'm having fun. I'm literally having fun and enjoying myself, watching my little money grow some. Then sometimes we take a little loss. But for the most part, we've been winning. I didn't get, you know, like you said, you know, the football picks kind of put me back at balance. So it's like whatever I put in, I got back out. But I was really, 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 really trying to get that Loma win, man. Loma won. Son of a sheep herder. I'm practicing this week to watch my language. My daughter told me I'd be saying some stuff a little too rough, so I'm trying to have better conversation, not curse as much, not be as sarcastic. Which I'm like sarcastic. I'm never sarcastic. I'm usually straightforward. You know, be nice about it. I put roses around the world. I'm trying to say it is hot in the mug in here. Thurman will boo in the ring from Spence Body Shots. Okay, so that's what it is. That's what it is. Jay Bailey hit me with the facts, MZ, and I'm trying to make sure I spit them out. As a gangster rapper in the hood, is your customer base. If you get a bad name, that will affect your business. That's why they always go back and show their faces. Showing your face is one thing. Going out there trying to blow, trying to buy a zone, trying to have a dice game, that's something else. And you know, doing music, singing songs, rapping, however you do it, you can only rap about what you see and do. Are they not going to evolve at some point or another? You got to evolve. You got to evolve and start telling the hood about some other stuff. And the only way to see other stuff is spreading away from the hood. You gotta accept your good with your bad. You're gonna have some fans that'll leave, but you ain't in every hood. You just in one hood. The other hoods will still love you. I'm just saying you gotta. The only thing I'm saying is we losing so many of these youngsters at such a breakneck pace. Every other week it seems like one of these rappers are getting killed. Guys that are just getting started just got names behind them. The P&B dude. I didn't even know who the heck he was, but apparently he was doing quite well. Dead. The Pop Smoke guy, dead. The King Von guy, is he still alive? One of those kings is dead. I'm just saying, you know, it's so much going on that you would think that at some point somebody will wake up and realize, dude, this is not the way to go. Because right now they are really trying to enforce the fact that I'm this kind of street dude and I'm killing folks. That's all we seeing from these youngsters. And it just sucks. It sucks in such a major way because they don't realize that they're killing the product that they really want to hear. The same product that they running around saying is such a good rapper or he the best this or he the best that, that's the same ones that they are knocking off right now. They knocking off all their best artists. Remember how they said it used to be a saying, bitch ass niggas is taking over the game. They keep shooting up each other. That's all going to be left. I'm just saying. Doesn't matter what Bud or Spence Let me see. It doesn't matter if J1 Pro has something. It doesn't matter what Bud or Spence. Like they're pocket watching, holding trolls, going to lie and spend it anyway. Yeah, you know the fans gonna do what they want to do from both sides. Spence fans gonna say what they gotta say or want to say. Crawford fans are gonna say what they feel they need to say. And the only thing that's gonna make it all go away if some kind of way the whole truth and nothing but the truth comes out. And the only way to get to the whole truth and nothing but the truth of who's the best is for them to get their ass in the ring so we can see. That's the only way. And not in my wildest dreams that I think we would have to go around the block, go up and down hills, through mountains, across ravines, swim the ocean to get these men in the square circle. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. You're right, Trey X. I feel you. It's always fun when you win. Yeah, it is. But I can also tell you, during the betting season, that the time that I've been getting a word from you, even in the losses, I haven't been deterred. I haven't been saddened. I haven't been upset. I literally enjoy however it go down. Now, because I have faith that each time we take a loss, we gonna bounce back. Get that money, baby. That's what we do. We get bags. Might not be super giant bags, but we get them. You know, I surpassed a certain spot on my bet. I just started saying now, every time I lay a bet, I can only lay a certain amount. I won't go lower than a certain amount because I'm trying to grow it up even faster. I'm getting a little, little antsy. Christmas is getting real close. Seeing that the fight not getting no closer, I might as well start aiming at Christmas. So that's what we're going to do. Salute, good man and dear baby. What's good, family? Eric R in the house. What's up, my brother from another mother? Glad to see you in here. Once again, you guys hit that like button as we keep things going. You're right, Trey X. I am talking about the way it should be. You are talking about the way it is in reality. And reality says that these boys and these young ladies are going to be losing their lives. They are saying if you ain't in the hood, if a girl rapping about popping that snatch, she got to be popping it. I know what you mean. I do. I know what the reality of it is. And we can't change that. We can just hope for the better. I know when it's time for me to make certain moves, how I'm going to move, because I can't be out here getting snatched out by some youngster. I got to make it back home. But yeah, some things when it comes to what it is, I actually seen a young lady dressed like Megan Thee Stallion. She comes in the store every day, good, wholesome looking young lady. And then she come in going to a Halloween party. And I was like, whoa, wait a minute. What's happened? She was a whole different babe. Young lady. I mean, yeah, the Megan Thee Stallion outfit was all right. Marlo's Corner. He said, musically zone, talks, boxing, salute, bro. Man, let me tell you. OGTC, if that's his name, that dude had me rolling. Those little shorts that you've been coming up with lately, man, going off the chain. Loving it. I also want to bring up the one tree y'all got with the Coming to America barbers. That stuff off the chain, man. Keep it up. That stuff is off the chain. If y'all haven't seen it, y'all need to check it out, man, for real. The Sharp Shank in the house. What's up, man? Good to see you in the building. Hit the thumbs up for me. Come down to the music, any music store you want. iTunes, Apple Music, whatever you reach out to check out the music, you can reach it and check it out. It's there. We got like 6 songs out now. One of them dancing song. But the Scumbo Baggins, like I said, we was going to put it out. It is out. It came out on Halloween, just so you guys know. Trey X, Marlo, man, y'all keep up with those shorts, man. That's off the chain. It is hilarious. I'm loving it. Yeah, I'm telling you, had my side hurting like a mug, especially when he said, who that young boy? The one with the crooked eye. He said something about Earl Spit's eye. Had me spit all on my TV while I was drinking and smoking. I had to clean my TV off. You guys are hilarious. I love it. I'm loving it. Keep doing what you're doing. We're going to figure out to start making some people start coming back over to the corner. It's block family around here. And if don't nobody like it, so what? And the thing going pretty fast on me. Let me catch back up. There's more important things. Oh, okay, yeah. Joseph Brown, there are more important things as people we need to change, clean up. The rap stars who glorify violence in music, then I have sympathy for something. Then I have sympathy for something tragic happening to them. But you always got, that's just human nature. You got to be sympathetic when something bad happens to somebody. If you're not, some people will claim that you're a monster. I don't know. Some people get their asses into certain situations. I'll be like, yeah, they deserve it. But I don't look for nobody to get killed. I do say that, they are glorifying violence, but when you look at it, most rap has always, when gangster rap first appeared, that's what they said. But, NWA was telling you, those were the first gangster rappers I heard. Them, Ice-T, Spice One was later down the line. It's a few of them. But they were just telling stories about exactly what was happening in the hood. They was telling you, hey, this violent stuff is happening in the hood. And they just labeled it gangster rap. The outside crowds labeled it that. But when it comes down to it, people just, expressing themselves, expressing the things that they're trying to do. And it seems like these youngsters have taken the expressions of I will kill you to a whole nother level, because they are literally, I will kill you, and then they go out and do it. It's insane. You would think that somebody they can't listen to the older guys, because the older guys don't come at them. In my opinion, the older rappers don't come at them with let me holler at you to help you try to navigate the waters, because the older heads are too worried about how they making so much money. Big deal. You got your bread in your lane when you was around. They getting their bread. If you want to get some more bread, team up with some of them sometime. Help guide them and mentor them through it. Shit, I just saw Big Daddy Kane on a song with who was it? I just saw Big Daddy Kane. He going hard with Busta Rhymes and somebody else, but they all old heads though. But still, y'all get the point that I'm trying to get. These guys need to open up their minds and start trying to mentor. I know you can't mentor everybody, but there are some out there that's looking for some guidance and some help, and we'll be willing to listen and learn. I'm not trying to what's the word I'm looking at? I'm not trying to preach or anything. I'm just saying most of these guys are from the hood. Like Pimp C said, they come out the cartoon characters and turn to gangsters. Come out like cartoon characters. Well, you do have you do have that too. But the biggest thing about music, singing, rapping, whatever, it's all just art and entertainment. And the artists need to understand it. Living your art, it's kind of hard to live your art unless you really true and you really realize, hey, I'm not going to take no nonsense, but I'm not going to really put myself in a bunch of situations to have that nonsense. We don't see Jay-Z. We don't see Busta Rhymes. We don't see a lot of these guys that's making big money. We don't see them a lot of times in situations or places where they can end up in stuff like that. Yes, it do happen from time to time. It occurs that trouble does pop up everywhere. But for the most part, if you're looking to stay out the way, then that's what it is. Wait a minute, Trey X just hurt my feelings. The Coming to America is an old video. We should have put the link in the description or comments in the case people went back to it. Went back to check it out. I thought it was new. That was my first time seeing it. When it's your first time ever seeing it, it's brand new. So it was brand new to me. Had my side split. Had me rolling. But when Marlo did that OGTC, and he was talking about Wilder losing, and he was still mad. That hair that he had on his head with the jacket, and he jumped up and started busting, I was through. I was through. That was classic to me. That was classic. So I'm now finding out that it was all old, but it's still funny as heck. You guys should start sharing it with some other people. Hey, I said it to my big brother. Like, dude, you got to see this. You got to see this. He's 62. That dude was rolling. Yeah, I said my brother, 62. Damn, that's out there. Anyway, back to the situations at hand. Apex Troll Killer True. You got to watch your surroundings. People not fighting no more. They will take your life. Raising your hand higher than the handshake. Yeah, you put your hands up higher than the handshake. Motherfucker think it is act of violence. It's time to react. They want to pull out all kind of guns. My mother-in-law. True story. My mother-in-law lives in the house that her daddy built. in a neighborhood that was for the most part pleasing, quiet, no problems. In less than 2 months, my mother-in-law's house, this old lady house, has been shot up because her next door neighbor wants to be a gangster. One of the kids that we've seen grow up, he wants to be a gangster. He got this drama following him to his house. These boys, the police, they driving up and down the street. That's a cul-de-sac. You go down to the end of the street, you can bust you. They driving up and down the street shooting at this dude's house. They done hit my mother's house up. He come outside with she said AK. He shoots the gun, and like how you see in the comedy movies where the gun shoot and it starts raising up in the air because he can't control it. This is the way the gun is going off in his hand. We got Hyphy in the house. What's up, Hyphy? What's going good with you?
No, I'm gonna let you continue your story. I'll get in after.
Yeah, I'm just saying, they just shot up my mother-in-law's house. This dude can't control this AK that he run out there to protect himself with. And my thing is, that was the first time. The second time, these cats got out the car, ran down in front of his house. Now, if you're standing in front of the dude's house, you should be able to hit his house. Why my mother-in-law house still taking bullets? That's crazy to me. And it angers me because I'm like, I really want to do something. I really want to, but who do I go after? I'm begging my mother-in-law, say, Mom, why don't you come over here and chill with me and your grandson, with your family over here at the house? But my mother-in-law is a tough little old lady. She thought ain't nobody gonna run her up out her house. Now her house do got some bricks around it, so she can go in certain parts of the house and not have to worry about it. But I feel like she shouldn't have to be worried about anything like this at all. So yeah, I feel what you're saying with these youngsters. They doing dumb shit. They let they dumb shit follow them home. As an OG, when I was young, there was nothing that I was going to go out in the streets and do and let it follow me home to where my loved ones live. I just couldn't do that. And that's something that these youngsters need to understand and learn. So that's that story. I just thought I'd bring it up because it to me rang true with something that somebody said with Joseph Brown that said. Apex Troll Killer, you got something? Watch your. Oh, I was bouncing off what Marlo said. These young guys have no talent, so they lean to the shock value, controversy, and zesty to see it. Well, not zesty. You mean zesty like what's his name? The little Nas character. That kind of zesty. That itch happened to take off a lot in the hood. Yeah, Marlo. When I heard it, at first I thought was a rumor. And I ain't let it, ring to me. But then I saw Yasser type it up in the Discord. So I went and checked it out. And the Breakfast Club was talking about it. And then that TMZ had confirmed it. So I was like, wow, that's crazy. I haven't had any of my family from Houston that stays in Houston to call and let me know that's in the music scene. I'm wondering what's up with them. Link to all the videos should be in there. Oh, that's Marlo. They talking to each other. A dice game can have brothers fighting and shooting at each other anywhere. Yeah, I've seen it. As a little dude growing up, I've seen how a dice game could make cats start fighting because they used to shoot in the project, shooting out at the playground over by the monkey bars or the jungle gym, whichever one y'all want to call it. If you're from the north, we call it the monkey bars. I heard a lot of people down south call it the jungle gym. So whichever one is the same damn thing, and I watch those cats out there doing it and fighting and scrapping like a mug. And I'm like, dang, you playing games with your money and you lose, and then you want to fight hard about it. But you play games with your money. How you get if you mad at somebody, be mad at you. Be mad at you. Come on, Hyphy, what's up, man? Talk to
me. No, I was letting you get it off. Yeah, this is just a wicked situation. I don't know exactly how much you didn't cover it. So I just try to throw some points in there. Obviously, everybody's seen that Shakur was there at the dice game team. So, that should be a wake-up call to him also. To these type of, Shakur is there, jewelry around his neck. You can't be going to these types of places, okay, because we don't know how much money, these dudes have, but somebody like this rapper, he leads people to believe that he got a whole lot of money You think these dudes around him that's there that don't got as much money, you think they ain't thinking about that type of stuff? Even though we don't know if he was shooting dice, he could have been over there getting side bets. That's type of stuff we don't know. But what I'm saying overall is you can't have dudes like this of a certain status. You can't be participating in activities such as shooting dice. You see what I mean? Because like Marlo is saying, me and Marlo, we know you really don't make, dice games really don't end on good terms, because when a nigga start losing his money, he won his chance to get his get back. That's why when a nigga try to leave a dice game when he up, it's always some trouble. You really don't make friends leaving a dice game, because who want to be friends or even, say peace to a nigga that just licked you for your money? Nothing comes good out of these situations. You can't be putting yourself in these situations. You want to gamble? Take your ass to the casino.
I think I'm thinking that's the best place to go, or hit you a bet book with the guru, leading you through it. But then I heard Lala D mention that it was something that was hosted by Jay Prince. That excuse me, that can explain why Shakur Stevenson was there, because I believe Jay Prince had something to do with him in boxing. So that will open the door to make you say, "Hey, it's okay. Jay Prince is here. He's well known in Houston. OG, a lot of people respect him. Got money. Responsible for Rap-A-Lot Records. Things like that." So I can see how he could be there. But yeah, death took place. We don't know what was going on. We don't know if it was it had to be some kind of sliminess there because the young man is dead. But yeah, hopefully that opens the eyes to Shakur Stevenson, where he pays a little more attention. Hopefully it opens the eyes to all of them. Like you said, I agree with Trey X. It's a common thing. Like you said, people playing with their money, they get mad. Motherfucker want their get back. Everybody don't think like me. Most people, I'm like, if I'm playing with my money, I got to be prepared to lose. But I'm going to also be on a swivel to say, if I'm taking some people's money, I'm going to be prepared just in case one of them try to make a move and do something dumb. So me, I'd rather go to the casino or hit the books. I'm done with standing on my knees outside at the playground shooting craps. That shit, that never works right.
Yep, and look, we all didn't heard about Uncle Tommy, we'll call him. We didn't all heard about his reputation. That's cool and all, but at the end of the day, I'd rather take as many precautions and measures that I can instead of relying on Jay Prince to save my life. I don't give a fuck if it's a Jay Prince event. I got to use common sense and say, okay, even if, let's just say if they was at the bowling alley and they was just purely bowling and then a dice game broke out. Once I see that dice game break out, nigga, it's time for me to get the fuck up out of there. Because if you really come from them streets like these niggas be saying, the type of shit that results when dice games take place. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. Apex Legends said you old heads have to be careful doing all that laughing, man. We don't want to put your life in jeopardy. Get overstimulated. Okay. I guess when it comes down to it, these generations just not gonna see eye to eye, no matter what it is. And I feel you when you're saying just because it's Jay Prince don't mean you want to trust that, because as of lately we've seen that Jay Prince has been taking some hits. I think somebody got after his nephew, or one of his got after somebody in his family. I think somebody got killed in his family with the same kind of dumbness. So yeah, I guess at some point his mystique is starting to wear off too. I would just look at it and say, guys with money, people with money, you would think they would use their head a little better. But when you're young and you're rich and you're flamboyant and flashy, I guess you got to let the world know. And now he won't be letting the world know anything because he's gone. Joseph Brown said 50 Cent had more enemies than all these rappers combined, but he made sure to pay top dollar for SEAL team security, bulletproof cars, stayed at the hotels with best security on the road. That is a message. That's also smart. That's what I'm saying. Letting your money help protect you. You got it. You're not making it do what it needs to do, then what's the purpose of having it? That's just me. I'm just saying. And Brown in the house, she say, Hey, MZ, panelists, chat, and mods, blessings. Does Alvin Brown have a wrench? I have to look into that to make sure that everybody have a wrench. So, Hypey, I know you said that you had some stuff that you wanted to talk about that's going on in boxing. Please guide me in the direction that you feel that you have that's going on. Word to the wise.
Oh man, well, first of all, these fucking casual ass niggas, they all going crazy right now because Crawford is doing an IG live. But like, I don't know, who gives a fuck? That man got his own fight schedule, blah 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 blah. What I'm gonna point out though is it was a good ass card. For most of us, it happened early this morning, but it was a good ass card that took place from Japan. Man, that was a good ass card. I mean, from what I know, only me and Trey, we was the only ones watching it. But nigga, you talking about like a good ass card, better than these pay-per-view events and shit. You talking about dudes that's really fighting.
Lay it out then. Lay it out. Speak on it so we can hear what you saw.
Okay. Well, once again, it had to be on ESPN because Top Rank is the best. So.
Okay. I got you.
Well, all right. So, in the main event, so this was Kenshiro Taraji versus Hiroto Kayaguchi, and this was a unification fight. So it was the WBA and WBC titles. They was unifying both of these fighters. They from Japan, and this is at junior flyweight that they was fighting at. That was a good ass fight. I mean, everybody know now. Taraji won. He won that fight by 7th round KO. But it was just like a good back and forth. You seen one dude winning 1 round, and then you seen Taraji kind of just take over the fight. He just was basically like out-fighting him, motherfucker, out-willing him. But it was a real good fight. So I mean, that's like, to me, that's a fight that even if I'm saying it already happened, niggas should go back and watch that replay because that was a good ass fight. The undercard, the co-main, it was another fight. Before that, was Jonathan Gonzalez. He went over to Japan and he beat this dude named Awata. Basically it was him defending his flyweight title also. And then on the fight before that, it was this dude Juntao Nakatani, and he's like a power puncher.
You said Juntao?
Yeah, Junto Nakatani.
Okay.
Yeah, so basically he just moved up from 112. So he just moved up to Superfly, but he was a champion at 112. So he just moved up to a new weight class. So I mean, this is, like I said, you had 2 title fights. One was unification, and then one of the fights was a guy who was a champion. He just moving up in another division. So, what I'm saying, them type of fights all on one card, that's a good ass card. Like, what I'm saying, people would just have to see it to understand that was a good ass card.
Okay. Excuse me. I'm sitting here trying to read and keep up and listen to you. And you said this was on ESPN?
Yeah, it's actually on ESPN Plus for us Americans, actually. Okay. And it took place, nigga. I basically only took a nap because I had to wake up at like 2:30 a.m. to catch the card. Like, it came on early because it was in Japan.
Yeah, okay, it was overseas. Yeah. I'm not going to Japan. So what's your feel on I don't even, I'm gonna leave those boys where they is. I'm gonna leave those boys where they is. I'm gonna just wait it out. I'm gonna wait it out. You know what I'm saying? I said I'm gonna just wait it out from the get-go, and I am. I'm not gonna throw rocks at none of the Crawford fans yet because it ain't time. We don't have a fight lined up, so I can't throw rocks at y'all like I want to. Because I didn't realize you was a Crawford fan.
Okay, well, I'm gonna give you a little bit of some, because it's gonna come up. For me, look, this shit is becoming more and more clear. Like, these motherfuckers following the Pacquiao Mayweather blueprint. Yeah, you had Earl. He coming out with the whole take the easy route and all that other side of the street. All right, we know he was on some bullshit, but now I see Crawford. Okay, I'm looking at Trey comment, but now I see Crawford. Like, I mean, we got to be honest. 1 minute, oh, Spence wants to fight. It's just that, his team don't want it. Then, oh, we was at the negotiation table and the networks wanted it and PBC wanted it. It's just a fighter who don't want to fight. This nigga then flip-flopped about 4 times. And then after they come out that
Who
he
you
got
talking
this,
about, Crawford?
Crawford, yeah. And then after it come out that he got this fight with Black Prime, I see that he didn't put a tweet, oh, me and Crawford, like Spence is a good dude and we gonna fight. So that just let me know these motherfuckers, they both playing this game. The only motherfuckers that's dumb in this bitch is us boxing fans who argue about the shit and can't see that this is another game of cat and mouse, good cop, bad cop. When we just seen this shit happen with Mayweather and Pacquiao, man, these motherfuckers both is in on that scam. That's why I be saying fuck that fight.
I don't know. I don't see the good cop, bad cop part because I only just see one dude playing both parts. That's your boy TC. At 1 minute, like you said, he flip-flopping. 1 minute Spence cool. The next minute, he a whole ass nigga that didn't want to do nothing with me. I don't know where to go with this. You know what I'm saying? But I'm going to keep listening. I'm going to let them lay out the narrative and lay out the story and see how the storyboard look once it's all said and done. Simple as that. Word to the wise from Marlo. I got to stay in here because I see it's getting long. Word to the wise. If you're going to any party/dice game that ain't yours, don't plan on fighting because you won't win. And always scan the room before you play or drink. Get a gauge of who with you and who you with. That's straight facts all the way. Always know what's in the room when you go up in that hole. You might see a few things that might let you know you should not be there. Him and Trey X on the same move. Most dice games actually end perfectly. But all it takes is one time for someone to start tripping, and you can lose your life. And I have seen that happen plenty of times in the projects. I've seen plenty of dudes get shot in the head over a dice game, just laid there on the corner. That shit there crazy. Anyway, moving on. I see the queen, the ladies are speaking to the gentlemen. Almond Brown is speaking to the fellas. This is simple shit for hood rules. Don't go to dice games or house parties. Survival 101. Apex Legend Troll said he just not going to go and deal with any of it. Okay, I'm down at the bottom of it again. Don't care about who I'm going to ask about somebody. Right now, Top Rank is putting on good shows. Okay, y'all heard me say it. Top Rank has been putting out some good fights. And I know y'all don't ever hear me say anything pretty decent about Top Rank, so let it be known. Yes, Top Rank has been putting on some good fights. Dang, my bad, Trey. Let me go back. It started at 1:30 a.m. in California. Don't put cables on it, hyphy. Is that better? I slowed down. Trey said I'm reading this stuff too fast and just killing this. Let me go back up so I can see what I messed up. Oh, you can come on here and just tell me what you said, bro. Most dice games actually end perfectly. But all it takes is one time for someone to start tripping and you can lose your life. I didn't say that. I thought I said that like that. My bad if I didn't say it like that. But I got you covered, bro. I'm going to slow down. I don't know why I be rushing so fast anyway. It just, I get excited to talk to y'all. And that's just me.
Hey, MZ, so let me go ahead and ask you, do you really believe that this phone call with Spence and Steven Espinoza, do you really think that was a phone call that was secretly recorded and leaked out of nowhere?
Now, with that, I don't think it was secretly recorded or leaked because one, why would anybody be secretly recording Earl and Espinoza? Why would they do that? And two, anonymously just got put in somebody's what kind of box is it called again?
I'm sorry, what you talking about?
How do you anonymously, what's the name of the box that he said it was in? This popped up in my box. When I first heard it, I heard it on Ego, Boxing Ego. And he was like, he cleaned it up and all this kind of stuff. It sounds horrible. I really still can't understand.
Oh, okay. So you're talking about,
I really can't understand. The quality sucks terribly. So one, I'm like, what were they recording with? You know what I mean? You could record on your phone a phone call, but how did this person get into the situation? Were they hiding behind a curtain while Earl was talking? Because I don't hear him talking. I hear him answering questions and saying stuff, but I don't hear another voice. So if that's the case, if Earl is the only person on there and somebody snuck and recorded it, yeah, I would have to agree with you and say that it must have came from them.
That's what I'm saying. This is more good cop, bad cop shit that these motherfuckers is playing, man. And Lala D had dropped a video like last week, basically breaking down how it's not like this was a surprise that Crawford had another fight coming, that, you know, Earl knew about it. So he was just putting out tweets acting like, you know, he was disappointed and surprised. That's what I said. Both these motherfuckers is playing games, man.
Did I say peacefully is perfectly? And I hear you, they both playing games. Where did I see that at? Am I saying peacefully, perfectly, and backwards? Am I doing that?
Hey, you might be doing it like unconsciously.
I don't know. Maybe I am. My bad. I didn't know that I was saying peacefully is perfectly. I really didn't. He said, how do you keep reading peacefully is perfectly? I didn't realize I was doing that. My bad. Even when I slowed down, I did it. I'm tripping in. I'm just tripping.
Y'all know MZ, he a king at what's that show, Jeopardy? So, you know, y'all gotta excuse him.
Wait, what? What show, Jeopardy?
Nigga, you know you be watching Jeopardy. No, wait, what's that show? You know, we gotta fill in the words and shit.
Like a crossword puzzle?
Yeah, it's everybody know that show I'm talking about.
Oh, so you said I'm just trying to throw people off so they don't know I'm some kind of nerd?
Man, you damn near about to be dead. We hear you choking.
Man, that's okay. I'm not gonna die. Wait, I can't just speak that out, but I don't plan on going anywhere. And no, I'm not dying off the bud. It's just Wheel of Fortune. That's what it is.
Yeah, Wheel of Fortune. Yeah.
He said OG inserts his own words and names. My bad. I'm working on it though. I'm working on me when it comes to that. I really have to work on calling people, changing their names. I have to. You guys have to forgive me. I'm not going to even lie to you. I think it's hereditary because my mama used to do the same thing, and I used to laugh at her, and I didn't realize that I'd be doing it to people. So yeah, I'm gonna slow down and try to pay attention and make sure I don't be messing up people's names and stuff. Wheel of Fortune. No, I do not watch Wheel of Fortune. That is not something I do, Hyphy. So you can say that with somebody else. And I'm gonna just keep it real, seeing that you the other Earl Spence, Terrence Crawford fan. It's all his fault. Everything is his fault. You and all the rest of the Bud fans and Bud, it's all y'all fault. Spence has no hand in, no bad doing in none of this.
Man, well, you see, I'm the nigga that's telling you both these motherfuckers is doing, you know, shit that's, y'all know what I mean, questionable. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm being down the middle on this shit.
They have messed up a beautiful storyboard for me. You know, really, I'm like, we got Jamel Charlo, it's undisputed. He doing his thing. I was all crunk about that. And I'm praising him because I'm like, we're not praising him, but, you know, rah-rahing him because he getting ready to defend this belt. He don't have to really move up, but he doing his thing. And I was excited about that. I thought out of all that we saw out of Earl Spence and all that we was hearing from Terrence Crawford, that them going head to head, locking it in, really wanted it, would fight. I really thought they were going to go ahead and make it happen. I in no way, shape, form, or fashion did I see it going like it's going right now. I did not see that. I did not expect to hear all this nonsense and things like that. Something that really just threw me for a loop. Not in 100 years did I think a new company, BLK Prime, will pop up out of nowhere at the last minute. A fight would supposedly get signed, and Terrence Crawford would be fighting. It wasn't a full 2 months, but a month and some change. which we still have yet to see that if that happens. All these things, this shit here is like somebody sat down and scripted it out. It sucks. It really sucks.
And I'm gonna tell you, look, from both sides, like okay, like you could listen to, let's say, people that's fans of Spence.
Right.
You could listen to them just break down, like, you know what I'm saying, break down like the whole negotiations, how everything played out. And they'd be speaking facts. And they'd paint a real good picture. Like it'd be some shit, it'd sound very convincing. But then you could listen to some Crawford fans. They can also break down facts and give you the whole picture of the negotiations. And the same thing. It's gonna sound real good. It's gonna be some truth in there. And it's gonna sound hella convincing. So I mean, when I say the truth is, niggas don't know what the fuck happened on both sides. You don't know how, this individual was looking at the situation, the other one was looking at it.
DeCane trying to warn us. He said, y'all should hear what Crawford says before commenting on this. And then he says, y'all gonna realize how crazy you sound throwing these theories out there. And he laughing. We're not throwing theories. We just sitting back, paddle balling back and forth. Things that's been said, things that have been done by the people that's done them and said them. It's kind of hard to say. It's kind of hard to convince me about something that somebody has a recording of you doing, of you saying when, if you said it, you said it. You can't take that away, can you? You can't be like, oh, yeah, I said it, but what I really meant was this. Nah, the way you said it is what you said and what you meant. But I feel you can't, and I know you were a Terrence Crawford guy, so, you can come on here and let me know what he said.
Man, yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm just talking shit to DeCane.
Yeah, the only thing I would have to say to his comment is, outside of whatever, Crawford just said, one thing that it's not a theory, what I'm saying when I say we didn't see Crawford say Earl wants to fight, and then we didn't see him say, oh, he ducking. Nigga, that ain't a theory, that's factual. So that's what I'm saying. That lead me to believe both these motherfuckers is playing good cop, bad cop to promote this goddamn fight and stall it out. That ain't no theory.
Well, I guess one thing that I have started to pay attention to that I noticed a lot of people say in the YouTube community, boxing community, and that is that the fighters, need to be built up to be sold. And at first I was like, who are they selling it up to? But as boxing fans, us, we feel like we're ready to see it now. But I guess they trying to, I don't know who said it. One of you guys made a perfect statement and say they're trying to get the casual fans' eyes on it. And when I kind of think of it, casual fans do know Earl. They really don't know Terrence. So maybe they do need to build it up a little more, get Terrence out there. I don't know. I'm just spitballing on this right now. But out of all the things that's been said about it, that's what really makes the most sense, because the casual fans are the ones that's going to bring the most money to every fight. Every fight. The hardcore fans, they're gonna bring money, but it's not enough money. We don't produce enough money. They need to get the outside people. They need to get some crossovers in here for a minute, if just to watch that one fight. I see what they, when you start really paying attention to it and look at it, that's what it is. They try to throw the names out there and see what names ring true, whose profile ring better, who people gravitate to. Once they realize that, they be like, okay, we got enough of these casual people who will actually look at it because of these certain things, and go from there. And I think that maybe they not ringing enough ringing loud enough in enough homes yet for the fight to go on. That's just, if you really want to go as flat about it as you can, that's as flat as I can see it.
Man, they need to just get that shit up. Because look, both of these dudes, they, as far as they brand individually, is limited, and it's not gonna get much bigger than what it is. Earl Spence, he is a household name in Dallas. Like that's like the urban community all in America. No, it's a whole bunch of motherfuckers that don't know Spence, just like it's a whole bunch of motherfuckers that don't know Crawford. Their names is really not gonna get any bigger. It's like trying to attract the casual fans and all that, and we know that's not what it's really about. It's about money. People say, okay, let's try to attract more casuals so it can draw more money. You talking about boxing in a state where sponsorship has declined. We see pay-per-view numbers is going down. Boxing, I mean, Showtime is in jeopardy. You talking about in a climate where that shit is just not there. So trying to just, start a fight more and more, it's looking like that shit is past his best sell by date.
You think it's overdue?
I mean, that's what it's looking like. And, if we being honest, like me, a Crawford fan, I know he's not at his peak as far as a fighter. I could tell he passed his prime, and niggas still don't know where Earl is like. But I'm gonna pass the mic to Social.
What up, man? I didn't hear the question if you asked the question.
Oh, there was no question. We was just laying about what could be taking so long. I blamed it to a test that they're trying to get in order to get the money. If these guys looking for, they trying to get more casual fans in. The hardcore fans are gonna watch fights, but they don't equal that much money. When the fights hit pay-per-view, it's usually aimed at people who don't usually turn on to watch boxing. It's an event. It's where they're gonna have a little party at the crib. They're gonna have some people over. They barbecuing or what have you, and they having fun with it. Like Trey said back in the day, pay-per-view used to be an event. They don't have the in my opinion, they don't have the attitudes, the flamboyancy, the flair of anybody to do that. The only fighters that actually give you that, Conor McGregor gave you that, but he's an MMA dude. Floyd Mayweather gave you that. He gone. Deontay Wilder gives you that. He's exciting and he knocks people out. So people watch him. But, I don't think Floyd, Crawford and Spence, I don't think their names ringing as loud and true as Wilder's. If I'm making sense. That's all we were talking about. But you had some things to say. I felt like you were gonna come in here and raise the TC flag. So what you got to say?
No, I listened to his live and I heard, I didn't get to hear from like the very beginning, but I got to hear some of the shit he was saying. So basically he spoke to Al, and so they was not giving him a guarantee on what he was gonna make. So he had So they was not giving him a guarantee on that. So he had a problem with that. And so he said, I got this hedge fund. It was like 25 million. And so he was going to use that to get the fight popping off. And then, so Al said, I'm not touching no hedge fund. So Al didn't want to be involved with no shit like that. So then he asked Al, he was like, all right, well, you get Spence and his team, and I bring, I come with me and my team, and we can all sit down and we can iron out the terms. So then Al was like, well, that's never happened in the history of people making fights. And then so Terrence was like, well, shit, y'all trying to give me no guarantee. That shit, I never heard of that in the history of fights. Like people fight 4-rounders and shit and get a guarantee of what they gonna make, right? So that was basically what I heard was Crawford saying that he also said that he agreed to all of the terms that they try to throw at him. All this the split that they gave him and everything. He was like, because that's how confident he is that he gonna beat that man. So Al then wasn't fucking with it. So then he was like, so I don't understand why y'all mad at me that I'm moving on, because I done did everything that I could possibly do, and motherfuckers telling me that it ain't no way they can make the fight happen on no reasonable terms. So
Okay.
Now y'all mad that I'm moving on. So, and he brought up the fact that people were saying, why didn't he fight Ortiz or Boots? He was like, these names didn't come up. So I don't know, what that means, but he said them names didn't come up. So I don't know.
All right.
Let me. That's what Crawford said, right?
Yeah.
Now, I without even this, I haven't heard none of it, but I'm gonna tell you how they're gonna poke holes in it real quick, and they're gonna be like, this dude not telling the truth, and they're gonna say that you saying that they wouldn't give you a guarantee, and then you turn around and say, well, I agree to everything and no guarantee and this and that. and you telling me that you agreed and they didn't sign, and they didn't accept a guarantee, and they didn't accept no guarantee, but you accepted, and y'all didn't fight.
He said whatever terms they threw out there, he was willing to take them. So I mean, I don't know what
See,
terms, what the
that's
terms
a
were.
difference on the word willing to take and accept. I'm just playing the role that I know these cats going. I'm just doing what I know these cats are gonna do, and they gonna be like
Well,
they
here's the thing. He said he was willing to accept a certain split, but he didn't have no guarantee. So I mean, you can say, yeah, we gonna give you a 60-40 split, but okay, well, what are we splitting? You know what I'm saying? So that's what I gathered, that they weren't telling him what they were split. So
right. Be sure. The all I can say is, you can't really draw a full complete thing because one side isn't saying anything really, and one side is, and one side is saying a hell of a lot. And
yeah. Well, he
and
said he just wanted to come out here and clear this shit up because he tired of people on YouTube and having all these theories and don't know what the fuck they talking about. So he wanted to just come out and give his side. So I respect that. Like if you ain't got nothing to hide, then that's what you would do.
I'm respecting it too, but I've seen a lot of lying motherfuckers get caught up by trying to do a narrative, and I'm not saying that's what he's doing, but I am saying that the only side that we've been hearing talk to draw conclusions and narratives and have theories from is him and his side. All these stories, except for a few, a very slight few, all have been things drawn from the narrative of he and his side. So most of the conversation is him, his side, and what they've given people, and then people repeating it. Every once in a while, you might get a snippet from Espinoza, Showtime, or Earl Spence. We, as a group, I know I've never heard Al Heyman speak or say anything. I don't remember even seeing him put out something in writing. So I'm hearing they saying a man's name that even in music you don't hear him speak. You just know he make money. That's it. So I don't even want to hear nothing about his name or anything. But most of the conversations with this Earl Spence and Terrence Crawford saga has been driven by things said by Bernie the Boxer, who claims to be Terrence Crawford's boy, or words that literally fell out of Terrence Crawford's mouth, stuff like that. We've heard echoes from what you would say are people that were insiders that are not outside, like Bob Arum, who made certain statements that in hindsight, when you look at it, you start saying, dang, this could be true. But without even listening to Bob Arum, just take Bob Arum out the picture and Al Heyman, leave it with Steven Espinoza and so-called Showtime and Spence and Crawford and his team, which is not Top Rank or anybody, it's just Crawford and his boys, Spence and Showtime. Everything we've been hearing about it is from him.
Hey, to me, that's bullshit. I would say, because how can that be when we got the one person who we know for a fact deal with Heyman? You have Floyd Mayweather himself coming out telling us, "Look, the fight may happen down the line." He didn't say immediately soon down the line, but right
And he
now,
brought
no,
that
it's
up
not
too.
going. Yeah, but right now it's not going to happen. So I'm saying, like, if y'all motherfuckers can't see when Floyd Mayweather speak, he speak on behalf of Al Heyman. That's Al Heyman having him put these words out. Y'all ain't caught on to that shit.
This is what Bud said in the live. He was like, he Al's right hand man. He came out and said the fight ain't happening this year. Bud said, I already said I was fighting this year. So let me add D-Lo comment, because he said that Bud said him asking for transparency since he's getting no guarantee and only making back end money was the deal breaker. So I didn't see that part, so that he might have said that before I got on.
Yeah, we gotta get out in here. He said, Al, okay, D'Lo said, Al said, no one else is getting a piece of this fight. Can't blame him. Moving down, because I see that it's some stuff going on. He said, asking him, okay, you just read that about the transparency and getting no guarantee and only making back end money was the deal breaker. Trey X threw something in. He said, how can you know what you're getting until the money comes in? I don't see how you can get a guarantee off of a percentage split. That doesn't make sense to me.
But always got a percentage with Top Rank because people was like, well, did he ask to see the books with Top Rank? He brought that up. He was like, well, I always got a guarantee with Top Rank.
But isn't that how he was signed with Top Rank to get that? We got to remember that when he was with Top Rank, he was signed with them. We got to look at this as Bud's left Top Rank. Bud and his people are negotiating for him. I don't, since he said that he spoke to Al Heyman and he said certain things, and this leads me to believe that Bud is in the meetings and he's doing the talking. You in there with some sharks. I don't know how well Bud is as a negotiator or anything like that. And I understand that he looking at it saying that I got this money when I was with Top Rank, but you are not with PBC. You are coming to do a deal with them. You know what I'm saying? It's not like you signed up and this and that. If they don't do guarantees for anybody but mega names, I'm being real. He and Spence aren't what you call mega names. So I don't know what he expecting, but once again, most of the words that's driven to this conversation with the changing of the narrative, because he sounds like he's saying, people blaming me for this and saying this and this and this and that, but he doing it. He's saying it. They can only say what you've done and what you've said. We know the ones that's making up bullshit, but for what you've done and what you've said, how can you expect people to act any other way except off of what you've given them?
But MZ, you gotta because what you saying, it looked like he the one that's, basically like having issues as far as the hold up and all that. But you gotta expect it to be like that when we know Spence Heyman is on Spence's team. So it's like that's his lawyer basically already. What we're just saying in this situation, Crawford is the visitor. So of course, if he working with somebody he ain't worked with before and all that shit and dealt with, of course he gonna be more leery of a situation and have more questions. Now it don't help the fact that this is gonna be Crawford first because he was gonna have to be a promoter for him to do just like a percentage. So yeah, he's stepping into foreign land also as far as that. So that don't help. So, but yeah, if I'm saying for him to have more questions and be skeptical of the situation as somebody he don't deal with, knowing that Spence is the one that Al is concerned about, not him. Hell yeah.
Yeah. Eric R says, all I heard is EJ was still at the table while dude got a fight announced. It's so much that's going on with it that it's hard to be able to hammer down a feasible explanation or a feasible way to navigate this to say what's going on. Because, in business, we don't usually get to be privy to all what's going on like we have with this fight, which is crazy. And how we've been privy of it. Floyd Mayweather come out and saying, hey, the fight ain't happening this year. That's one thing. For one thing to be, they didn't want to give me I wasn't getting a guarantee, or I signed for 35%, or all these things like that. Where did we get that from? That's a rhetorical question. Anybody could really say. Neither one of y'all. They got it from him and his team. All the intricate details that we know about negotiations, we got from a certain group of people. That's just the truth of it. I ain't blaming nobody. I haven't blamed anybody through this whole proceedings. I just listened and said it's a couple of stories that's going on. There's a couple of narratives that are going on, and we need to listen to all of them in order to kind of draw out the truth. We've only got a little bit from, like I said, we've got a little bit from Earl, Showtime with Espinosa, and Hyphy said Mayweather speak for Heyman, so okay, and we got some from them, but we haven't got anything about the money from them. Only thing we've got is some terms that need to be agreed to. We're trying to see if we can agree to them. Everything else we got from factual scientists, homeboy.
Well, let's focus on the most important one. That was a fact. Floyd Mayweather came out and said the fight may happen down the line, not right now. Once I hear that, and you know that you want to fight right now, hell yeah, it's time for you to move the fuck on. That's why Crawford did what he was supposed to do. Move the fuck on.
The most important thing he said to piss off the Errol fans is that Errol Spence not his own boss. So he need to quit saying that. It's like, it's okay if you're not your own boss. You got to go through all these people, through Al and all these people. But, you know, I ain't knocking that, but stop saying you your own boss. So I thought that was funny. I got a kick out of that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because them PBC dudes always saying that, you know, my own boss. I do what I want to do.
I feel you. And here's the thing that if I want to say anything about this is what I'm going to say. The fight that he got with, what's the guy's name?
Avanesian.
Him. Yeah, him. Now I heard the fighters say that I'm understanding it's being reported that they were like, oh, we got the deal and we got it taken care of in 48 hours. Or something like that. And I'm like, this is my biggest question. You guys inked a multi-million-dollar deal. Y'all inked that, had a place for it to be held and all this kind of stuff. Just like that. While you were already in negotiations, which, you know, people blaming Blue Blood with that, and I'm only saying this because it guys to it. Blue Blood wouldn't have been able to make the deal that he made if Crawford hadn't gave him that deal. If Crawford hadn't agreed to it and given him the opportunity, there would be no deal for BLK Prime. Everything hinges so far as the story goes, no matter how you look at it, all this shit hinging off of him. Did he say anything about the part where he was like, he don't see them fighting at 147 or 154?
Who said that? What?
Crawford. You can hear him on there. He in an interview with somebody where he talking about how when he was with PBC, when he was with Top Rank, they didn't want to do business with him. It was like, fuck Crawford, this and that.
Well, yeah.
That's him.
Yeah,
that's
he was saying
him.
a lot of shit out of frustration at that point. Yeah, I remember that.
But he also said that when they asked him if, you know, y'all fight, I don't think we gonna fight at 147 or 54.
Yeah, that was, you remember that when he gave up on the fight, he was like, man, fucking, I don't need that fight because I'm a Hall of Famer already and all of that.
Yeah, so it leads me to believe, look where we at right now. We still ain't getting the fight. Y'all was in negotiations. But he said 6 months. He said that he had been talking to them for 6 months. What took so long?
What you mean?
We heard about.
What you mean?
We heard. Wait a minute. We heard about how the contracts was going back and forth. You know, we got this. You don't like that. We sent that back. They sent it back. We got this. This ain't like. We sent that. All that I heard. You know, these. I'm just saying with all the stuff we have gone through and we've listened to, and I'm like, okay, and I've just been listening because it's more than one story. You can't just go off of what one person's saying because one person is not going to give you everything. You got to hear what the other people say too in order to get it. That's why I've been listening so hard. And most of what I've been listening to is coming from one person.
Mm-hmm.
And when the story started being messed up, you can't look at the other side and say, oh, it's the story got messed up because y'all said this. No, this motherfucker changed what he said.
Wait, what? Okay, let's just pinpoint exactly what he changed, because I'm not really understanding that part.
Okay, I was willing. I don't know. I don't know now because his first it was like I was willing to sign for everything they had said. Then it was I signed for all the bullshit that they had said, and then it was like, oh, I didn't like this. And now, how can it be all of those things? If you was willing to sign and then you signed, how come we didn't? How come it didn't get announced? How come there was no fight?
Well, I don't know
If
about
you
sign. I thought he
if you were
said he agreed.
supposed if you saying you agree, oh, I agree to everything. How do you prove that? How do you prove that you agree? And the only person telling us that you agreed is you.
Mhm.
You didn't sign nothing to say you agreed. You didn't no moves were made to say you agreed. Nobody got excited that you agreed. The minute you said agree, one of your other people was already blasting Earl Spence and PBC about something that didn't happen right. How that work? That's all I'm asking. You know, I'm willing to listen. I'm always willing to listen because when you listen, you know, you start to hear what people are saying, whether they lying or not. At some point, something not gonna make sense. That part right there is a big blast of that don't make sense. You cannot tell me that I agreed to something. What? Show me where you agreed at. How did you agree? Don't just tell me you agreed.
Oh well, I mean, if
Business
you
deal.
expected,
I'm just saying we can only go by what's being said, and if you can be strongly riding with the words that he said, then you have to be able to look at the words that he's saying and say, okay, well, if you agree, why shit didn't happen? Why, if at the same time you agreeing, your boys is talking noise and putting down the other side? How's that working? How are
well,
you
see,
agreeing and not agreeing at the same time?
the way
All
it
right.
sounds to me is he was willing to go along with the split, but then he was like, okay, well, what's the guarantee? And they said, well, it's no guarantee. So he was like, well, shit, fuck it then. You got to give me a guarantee. That's what I'm hearing. But I mean, like I said, that's just what I'm hearing. I don't. To me, that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? He wanted a certain guarantee. They weren't gonna give him no guarantee. I don't
And,
know what else to.
and MZ, see,
Yeah.
okay, we gotta understand. We can only imagine. It's a whole bunch of different terms and shit. Even like when it's just like a fighter contract. But now Crawford, if he was gonna get a split as being one of the promoters of the event, I'm pretty sure there's more shit that goes into that, which was also comes into the whole thing of transparency, because as a promoter you got to pay for a lot of shit, like a lot of shit from what I hear. So it could be a whole bunch of shit that they agreed upon. That don't mean they agreed upon everything. But secondly, just to add on, I'm gonna let you go. We kept hearing, oh, negotiations, terms have been reached between Crawford. How many times we heard that shit? We heard that shit a few times, but I'm saying we heard that from sources. You didn't hear that from the fighters themselves. Sources. I don't believe everything these punk ass niggas say.
I feel you. I feel you. Now, Trey X, I hope I didn't miss too many. Let me make sure I go up and see you guys. Okay, that's Sister leaving. Espinoza. Okay, I'll pick up right here. D'Lo says Espinoza has said more about the fight than anyone involved, but he has the what is that? I can't hardly see it. He has contradicted himself as well. Okay, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. I'm just, as we talking and listening, I'm still having pointed fingers. I'm just saying the biggest part I pointed finger on is most of the things that's been said about, percentages, this and that, who getting this has come from one group of people. And if we say Espinoza has contradicted himself, I'm trying to remember. I've seen him a few times. But I don't think I've seen him as much times. I've seen him put the camera in his face to ask him to rebuttal some stuff. Plenty on that. Apex Legend Troll said he got a flat fee. That's different. Bob said Bud needs a promoter. That's why we're not getting the fights. Marlo, good one with that one. You know, Bud. That was one of the things that I thought about when he left Top Rank. I'm like, who gonna spearhead when it's time to negotiate and sit down at the tables with these people, because it's almost like he can't really argue where he wants to fight at, or because they're gonna be the ones to show the fight. They the ones that got to deal for that. But not to go too deep in that, he, you know, who's sitting down is, from what we know, is Bud and himself. But we'll see. Bob said he needs a promoter. I don't know if Marlo agrees with it, but he did let it be known. And I do remember something about a video with Bob saying something like that. Bob needs a promoter. I should have let Social Scientist do that, because he could do the voices way better. It sounds like Crawford is a free agent, but wants guarantees like he's under a contract with the promoter. I guess that's the best way to wrap it up. J1 Pro say, yo, I'll catch y'all next episode. Shalom. PBC fighters get guarantees too, just not as high as what Bud was getting. If all those things play effect, you know, you have to say, well, dang. I don't know if you call it a shrewd businessman. I guess you just call that stubborn if you know that. I don't know what's holding up the fight. I don't know if one person is scared of the other person. I don't know if people are trying to get more money out the fight. I really don't. What I can tell you is, because we are looking at the same thing, we know how this society is and these fans are. Somebody's got to be blamed. It's going to be somebody's fault, and you could just take a pick of who you want it to be. If this fight doesn't get made, somebody's going to wear a duck over their career as far as these YouTube fans go.
Well, you already know who everybody gonna pick based on who they riding with. Everybody, all the Spence fans gonna say it's Bud, and vice versa. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. I'm just saying.
As far as Bud, man, I don't know that man personally, but he the only one that's willing to come out and really clear the air and say, all right, this is what happened. Y'all can stop pointing the fingers at me. And so, you know, I just feel like I understand that mindset. I mean, that's some shit I would do. So, I mean, I just respect that viewpoint, you know, because PBC, they don't never really talk about shit. They don't talk about their negotiations. They don't, you know, they don't make that kind of shit public. So we can't expect that from them. I really don't expect Spence to come out and say nothing. I feel like Al got that gag order on these niggas, like, y'all better not talk about the negotiation. So
let's be real. Let's be real. Would you want to mess with somebody who puts the negotiations out for the world to know about it? Would you want to mess with somebody when you're doing business? They keep that between y'all. I'm just asking, you know.
Between them.
Well, how we know about it tonight?
That's what I'm saying. He was keeping it between them until he felt like niggas wasn't doing right. And then everybody, he getting all the heat. So he didn't want to get all the heat. So he like, well, listen, this what happened. For real, if y'all really want to know. So,
and once again, I'm just saying, you know, I did say I was just playing the advocate of being on the other side, but you know, that says a lot. Damn, your character is that, oh, I'm gonna hold out for this long, then when it seems like it's getting too much, I'm getting blamed too much. Okay, this is what happened, y'all. That's what you telling me he doing? I'm just asking for the other side, so you know I can make this discussion kind of be balanced. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Basically, he felt like he was getting too much heat for this shit, so he's like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna tell my side, so then y'all can tell me if y'all still think I'm to blame." So, hey.
Now here's a good little side note from Marlo's corner. He talking to Gil Cole, but I think he fits perfectly. The best thing out of this is we gonna have fun watching Thurman get punished.
Thurman might come back on some new shit, man. He might have learned a lot from that loss, you know.
Man, if you don't stop playing, stop it. Just stop it. Now, I could throw rocks at you with Thurman because, you know, that's the positive. I can't even really get super excited about that because I don't even know if it's Thurman. But, well, I guess you could look at it and be, You could look at it and be like it could be Thurman because the WBC did say that they were the first ones in mind to push their mandatory. I do remember them saying that Thurman and that other dude, Mario, fight was for the eliminator, wasn't it? And Thurman won, which makes him the mandatory. So, what's up, D-Lo?
Yo, what's good?
Come on, holler at me. What's going down?
Shit, not to it, man. Went over there listen. Went over there
Hey,
listen
D-Lo.
to. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Before you get started, let me just point out Gil Cole's comment. He said this would happen. Bud got a better offer for an easier fight, in my opinion. And Bud did say that on the live. He was like, I'm gonna go through all this for no guarantee, or I'm gonna get 10 million to fight this other dude on this other platform. But anyway, yeah, he did point that out. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, like it was an easier. It had to be an easier fight to make too. According to Blue Blood, they went down the list and Avanesian name, came up and they presented that fight to Bud. He said Bud didn't really like the fight, but they said, on short notice, you know what I'm saying, this guy ranked in 3 sanctioning bodies. He's number 6 or 5 or whatever in WBO. Said that they convinced him that, you know what I'm saying, it was a fight worth taking and that, he can get whatever he was going to get for it, and he went with it. But, you know what I'm saying, even with that being the case, though, I can see him, being resistant to taking the fight because according to Bob Arum, he was resistant to fight Mean Machine. So apparently he kind of has a inkling to which fights that he takes that people are gonna complain about, so he try to stay away from them. And clearly he listens to the fans because if you look at the last 2 guys he fought, they were guys that Spence fans were saying they wanted him to fight. And some of his fans were saying they wanted him to fight. And Sean Porter and Kell Brook. I'm thinking Kell Brook and Sean Porter back-to-back fights. I might have missed one. Now I think so, because the Kell Brook fight was during the pandemic. So, you know what I'm saying, the guy has to be, keeping an ear to the streets to what's going on, you know what I'm saying? And I think he knows that he was gonna get some backlash fighting Avanesian, and he's getting it, you know what I'm saying? And that's to be expected. But I'll be honest, man, there was nobody he was gonna fight that he wasn't gonna get backlash. And the same thing for Spence, to be honest. Spence is just in a better situation because he's on over there with Showtime and PBC and Fox, where there's a lot more options over there. You got Boots on the over there on that side, and you got the guy that's his mandatory. I went blank. The Lithuanian. Stanionis. And then of course you got Thurman right there, who PBC been trying to get him to fight forever. And Thurman probably has the greatest name cachet of everybody I mentioned. I mean, ain't no probably, he does. You know what I'm saying? Thurman is more known than Boots and Stanionis, so it will be a more accepting fight. The only thing is that Thurman just hadn't helped himself over the last several years with all of that inactivity, and then having these fights off layoffs, he just doesn't look the best. He didn't look great against Josecito Lopez coming off a layoff, in a fight that warranted a rematch pretty much, in my opinion. And then, of course, he fought Pacquiao shortly thereafter, and he ended up losing that fight, even though it was a very close fight. And then, of course, he went on layoff again, and he came back and he fought Barrios, who a lot of people expected Thurman to stop Barrios, that, people who don't pay attention to how these guys look coming off layoffs. So, it's just one of them things. But to me, Thurman is the, if they make that fight, I think that's probably, as far as name cachet and name recognition for the fans, I think Thurman is the fight that makes the most sense. But when it comes to everything that's played out, Stanionis makes the most sense because the man's taking a step aside twice to allow Spence to fight first Ugas, and then he basically stepped aside again to allow negotiations with Crawford to go on. So to me, that fight needs to happen next. But, they'll do what they want to do.
I feel you. Apex Legend Troll says Thurman has one last great performance. He beat Spence 7-5. I cannot concur. I cannot. Trey say, I have been neutral, but my BS detector is going off on Crawford's comments. Well, D-Lo, you here, so I don't guess I got to really read what you're saying, but we have been privy of much. Just breaking news and sources says. OG, all I know is that my sources say Earl Spence about to fuck around and find out about Keith's next. I knew you, Gil Coles, was gonna pop up out of somewhere. Glad you made it, and I don't think that's gonna happen either. I think he gonna beat Keith like a drum. And what happened to the other? What happened to social science? He ducked out on me without saying bye. Think he's sneaking away. I know you're out there somewhere. It's all about Earl over Keith. I'm not gonna even, like I said, I was trying not to blame Bud. I've been trying to listen, and I'm listening to all the narratives. I'm not trying to find no good and bad for either side. I'm just listening to the stories as they unwind. And like I keep saying, most of the information, not all, but most of the information that we have been getting has been from people that's privy to Chance Crawford. When you don't make Bernie the boxer be quiet and you let him get to go and say, the champ said I could say this, or I'm downstairs in the basement while the champ upstairs eating dinner, whatever. If you don't stop those people from running their mouth and saying things, with little comments the sisters say about PBC, you know how they've been dissing and disrespecting, and it's been real crazy. It's been real crazy. It's been like, are we attacking this dude at the same time we negotiating with him and we telling the world that we agreeing to everything, we trying to bend over backwards? They not trying to give me a guarantee, or the guarantee they trying to give me, I can't understand it. I don't want back end money. Whatever the stories be, we wouldn't know none of this. We really wouldn't if they wasn't saying. Stories are being drawn by everybody, but you only can say most of the source when we listening to it without listening to these other people. I just try to listen to see when the video come out with him saying something. Those are the most important things to watch and listen to, because when he said, it's not like you can go back and say, well, no, he didn't say that, because you know you watched him say it. You heard it. Anyway, oh no, Thurman getting beat up. But I feel you, D-Lo. I wouldn't mind if it was Stanionis, because like you said, he did take step aside money to let Ugas fight Earl, and he was going to be willing to take step aside money for them to have Undisputed. I didn't think that the PBC was going to be able to. I didn't know that they was able to pull it off and be like, oh yeah, we're going to have first dibs on who he fights. I don't know how they got to do that, but it is what it is. And if they bring Thurman out, then I guess Earl Spence has a choice to make. Do you let go of that belt, or do you fight Thurman? Because if he let go of the belt, he might as well, as far as I'm concerned, is going up to 54. Unless y'all think Thurman to turn and he and Crawford to be able to get a fight made. If Crawford win, we'll be pretty much still in the same position.
Well, Crawford said that if they both win, you know, that both of them have come out and said that they still want to fight. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully, if they both win, they'll go back to the table. But I mean, I don't see how they don't end up right back in the same place, though. You know what I mean? Like, to me, I take that back, because 2023 is a different year, and there's a lot of things going on with PBC in 2022 that will have to be resolved by 2023. And they got all these fight dates for January already on the table. So apparently something's changing for the better. So it's going to be a lot of guys should be getting back active. You know what I'm saying? If that trend continues beyond January. So, you know, I can't say that because they got to a stalemate this time that they can't, you know, get over the stumbling block in 2023. But if, you know what I'm saying, I don't know, you know what I'm saying, they could go to the table and have a totally different conversation than what they had this year.
We'll see. Trey say Thurman barely handled Riverside Rocky. He would start off good, but he would get beat up late when he slows down. I can concur with that. I can ride with that Gil Cole. Shout out to Blue Blood for blocking Bud Spence. Can't blame him. Like I said, the only way he could have signed Bud if Bud gave them the opportunity for him to make a move like that. So, they come down on it. Riverside should have been destroyed. That fight was closer than it was supposed to be. It sounds like he agreed to disagree, and that disagree. What? It sounds like he agreed to disagree, and the disagree was silent. That got me thrown off. Thurman fought a rematch worthy fight versus Riverside Rocky. And Dino, you in here and out there? Go ahead then. Why it always sounds like Hypey smiling when he talking. Well, I'm way behind. That's good for boxing. Okay, there's a ton of negotiating. There's a ton of negotiating in a big fight beyond splits and such. Oh, that's what you came on here and started saying. He right. Listen to what Bud said. It sounds like he don't know how it works and think he do. Earl let him talk for a reason. Oh, he talking about the negotiations with Bud going in there. In which case, yeah, that could be a whole big thing. Social science came out saying things with no evidence. It's meaningless. Oh, social scientists, you got to come back and defend yourself. That's what happened. Bud got a better offer for an easier fight, in my opinion. Okay, I have no problem with Bud having getting more money for an easier fight. My thing is the way it went down. It just nothing about this looks normal, natural, or anything. Now, if this is how it looks after every fight, oh my gosh, I don't know how these dudes coming out without a bunch of gray hair and all kind of worrisome. If this is how negotiating goes.
No, that's how you know this is a big fight, man. I mean, you look at it took Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather a long time to get in the ring, and I know that fight's bigger than this one, but it still was a long time. You know what I'm saying? Big for some reason, the era in boxing that we're in, it's not easy for them to make big fights for some reason. So if you look at Wilder versus Joshua, how it went back and forth for a couple years. It seemed like, it was about to get signed, and all of a sudden Joshua got to fight as mandatory. They lowballed Wilder. They didn't want to give him no back end money, a flat fee. He finally just said, forget it, I'll take it. I believe in myself. And then basically what happened then, they snatched that off the table. So it's just, you know what I'm saying? It's just like when it comes to these really big fights, in most cases, especially when you got, opposing promoters or both guys aren't with the promotional company, it's hard to get these fights over the line. And you can't, I mean, I could be on an island by myself, and I'm gonna stand on this. You can't blame the fighters when these fights can't get across the line. The fighters do not have the power to make fights. You know what I'm saying? They're at the mercy of whoever is putting on the event, whether that be PBC, Matchroom, DAZN, Top Rank, ESPN, whoever it is. They're the ones controlling the money. They're the ones controlling, getting the venue and all that stuff lined up. They're the ones that got to make it happen. Same thing with this BLK Prime situation. You know what I'm saying? Bud couldn't have got this fight done without them coming to the table with what they're bringing to get Avenesian out of his situation where he already had a fight he was supposed to have in November. They had to, pretty much buy him out of that fight from what I understand. But also had to deal with Frank Warren, who was his promoter, to basically go over everything and green light it and say, yeah, I'm good with it. You know what I'm saying? But that's not something Bud had the power to do, and Bud didn't have the power to make that fight. And quite honestly, he didn't have the power to hold PBC up. If PBC, you think about it, if PBC was in a situation where they're like, okay, we want to make this Spence Crawford fight by October, they're not going to wait on Bud. At some point, if they know, just say their deadline was, we want to make this fight October the 10th. And they start talking to Bud in June, which is what he said. Nobody came out and refuted that. If they start talking to him in June, and they're serious about a fight in October, at some point, conventional wisdom tells me, at some point, they got to have a cutoff and say, okay, we're trying to make this fight in October. If we haven't come to an agreement by, say, I don't know, August 1st, then we're moving on to plan B. You know what I'm saying? I just can't see, because otherwise they're giving this man all this power to hold him up, but they're not giving him power to get what he wants in negotiation. So to me, it doesn't make sense that Crawford could actually hold, like all this Crawford was stalling the fight. To me, it don't make sense, because he don't have anything over PBC to keep PBC from moving forward.
He got
You know what I'm saying?
something
They could have moved on to something else.
I feel you, but on the same note, in order to take that ride, so in order to say it seems strange, you would be saying that you don't believe PBC when you don't believe Espinoza when he says that the only fight Earl wanted was Crawford and he didn't want nothing else, so we didn't have a plan B. You would have to be saying, I don't believe them when they say that.
No, I don't believe that. I mean, clearly they had. I mean, that would be bad business for PBC not to have a plan B. Look at all the fighters they got. They've been telling you, me, and everybody that'll listen for the last year that they want him to fight Thurman. Spence keep coming out saying it, that they want him to fight Thurman.
And he
You know
keeps
what I'm saying?
The same question. He keeps saying the same thing about no. And
Right,
as far
but
as
I'm talking about PBC. I ain't say Spence is playing.
Right.
I'm talking about PBC who basically, you know what I'm saying, signs the checks.
Yeah, and I want to touch on the Pacquiao Mayweather fight. We do know why those fights didn't take place, because we've heard the confessions of not just Freddie Roach, but Pacquiao. Pacquiao held up that fight. We know that he didn't want to take the test. We know that he didn't. He told us that he was afraid of needles, but he got a tattoo on his shoulder. We know that. So
there's a whole other side of that. People who say that Floyd held up the fight because he asked for the test.
No. What I'm saying is Freddie Roach let it be known that we held up the test.
I've heard that, and I agree with that. But at the same time, it regardless of why, my point is that the fight took a long time to make. You know what I'm saying? And they were arguing about money too. Floyd called Manny on the phone and offered him a certain amount of money, and Manny, you know, basically laughed at him and told him, you know, like he thought it was a ripoff. You know what I'm saying? He basically tried to get, I can't remember what it was, like $40 million or something. I can't remember that. Just when I used to be on boxing scene heavy, it was around. But my point was they went back and forth for a long time before they finally got the fight done, got it over the line. And the deal with the testing was just one facet of it. It was a lot of stuff that they couldn't agree on.
Yeah, but that's a big facet.
And Bob being involved was a big part too. Floyd didn't want Bob eating off him.
Hey, MZ.
Yeah, what's up?
And let me just add one thing. So look, I keep bringing up this Mayweather-Pacquiao thing as an example. All right, so we know each side of fans, they can sit back and argue about what's happening, what happened in the past for either guy, whatever. Uh-huh. All I know is at the end of the day, the post-fight press conference, Mayweather said right there, he said, we decided to fight in the future instead of immediately because we knew it would make more money. That's what I'm telling you. I'm not falling for this motherfucking bullshit no more, man. Call that shit how it is.
I'm only calling it the way stuff is laid out. You know, at the end of him and Pacquiao, at the end of them and them having a fight, regardless of what everybody else has said, I can only go by, it was a fact that Freddie Roach and Manny Pacquiao said that they held up the fight. So regardless of him saying at the end, you probably did decide to go further along. But I know that they said they held up the fight. How do I change that? I can't. How can they change that? They can't. That's what they said. That's how the story got built. But it was still played, you know, that it was Floyd's fault. What I'm looking at is Earl and Crawford and all the stuff that's said and manipulated by regardless of who. You know what I'm saying? We can say that both sides are manipulating, but who are we getting most of the words for the page from? Somebody that's either Terrence Crawford deals with or supposedly in his camp, or we literally hear him say it in the interview. And that's pretty hard to do. Most of the if they're going by something that's supposed to be scripted, then somebody's going off script. Let's put it like that. If we got to put it anyway, if they're going off something that's supposed to be scripted, then somebody's going off script.
Well, no, it's just the fact that when you got a whole bunch of lies and deception and shit, fake ass stories being made, a motherfucker that's smart gonna be able to find holes to the story the same way we found holes to the whole Pacquiao story of okay, he was afraid of needles, but then you got, what I'm saying, it come out, okay, yeah, he took tests, random testing between this fight, blah blah blah. You know what I mean? Mayweather contradicting himself. Oh, when I fought Oscar De La Hoya, I conceded to all this. I'm willing to die in the ring, and then Pacquiao, my health comes first. That's what I'm saying. You're gonna be able to poke holes in all this shit, just
Wait
like
a
I'm
minute.
poking holes in this shit.
I gotta ask a question. What happened with Dave Hoya and Mayweather?
No, I'm saying, okay, how Mayweather conceded so much to Pacquiao because he said he just really wanted to fight. He wanted to fight.
You
so
mean
bad.
to Oscar?
Yeah, to Oscar. He said,
but he had no choice. Oscar was the man.
Well, no. See, he said
Oscar was the man at that time. Oscar was the man. Floyd didn't become the man until after he beat Oscar.
Well, yeah, that's true. But what he said, because he wanted to fight so bad. So what I'm saying,
they had to fight. That's not a good one. Because you literally saying Floyd told you what he had to do in order to get the fight, and they had to fight. We didn't really hear nothing else about after the fight about.
You didn't let the man finish his point, MZ.
My bad. I'm just saying we got too far. I be forgetting shit. So I just have to ask, on that part of Hyphy, they did have the fight. He said he gave up stuff and they had to fight. But my bad.
Well, what I was saying is he conceded to a lot of shit. And I know what you're talking about. Like he said, he decided to wear the certain gloves that Oscar picked out. He took a fight in a first class, all type of shit he said Oscar did to him, but he said he conceded to it all because he wanted to fight so bad. So what I was getting at, when a motherfucker want to fight, like really want to fight, that should have happened. Fury versus Wilder, that shit happened because it came a time and point when all parties wanted that fight. That's what I'm getting at.
Okay. And even Fury said Wilder forced him to fight. But I do feel you, if everybody want to fight, at some point you will get it. That's if both sides is really gangster like that. Both sides got to be kind of gangster like that. One side got to be like, you do all this and I'm gonna whoop your ass. And the other side got to be like, okay, I'm taking all this and I'm coming for what you got. All those fights that you just named had those two makeups. Oscar was the man, Floyd wanted it. Fury got something from Wilder, and Fury was the man. By Fury's own actions, Fury didn't want to redo that. Wilder had to chase him down, and letting Fury see it now. These are some of the things that make him respect Wilder, because Wilder actually was like, "Dude, you are not getting away from me without letting me get my get back." Both of those fights that you named have that. I don't see that in this fight. I really don't. I hear a lot of good talking. I do. I hear a lot of good talking, and I feel like when it comes to people bullshitting, I can just tell something don't sound right. So what I'm saying is, yeah, it's all going down like that. But those two fights you just named had those two elements. But this fight right here seems to be lacking it. It does not have those two elements. Somebody's fooling us.
He said all parties involved wanted to make the fight. I think that's what's lacking in this fight. I don't think all parties involved want this fight, and I don't think the parties are the two fighters. I mean, you know what I'm saying? The fighters ain't the one that's been coming out talking about later on for the fight and all of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? That stuff is coming out from PBC side, you know what I'm saying? From Crawford, from Mayweather. From Espinoza was the only one talking. He Showtime. He's not PBC. But he's the only one that was talking like he really was trying to make the fight now. But I don't know how much I believe him, because it was like, man, a couple weeks ago, right before Crawford announced his fight, Espinoza was acting like they still could fight on November or whatever the date was, 19th or whatever. And it was like 5 weeks from that date, you know what I'm saying, or something. It was just some ridiculous time frame for him to still be saying that's a good date for that fight. So that kind of, like, to me, that hurt his credibility. But Tim Smith came out the gate, talking down on the fight. You know what I'm saying? So It's like stuff like that made me think. And then plus, like we said, we've always kept hearing PBC want to make the Thurman fight. Al Heyman, the Thurman. Then Spence had to come out and make tweets saying, no, I ain't doing it. I meant what I said. I'm not fighting that guy. You know what I'm saying? Like that's where all Spence's energy was, deflecting the Thurman. The efforts of PBC to make the Thurman fight. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, to me, that told me that all parties when 100% invested and want to make the fight. But, at the same time, I think I don't know how much easier, because we're not in negotiation. So just say, for instance, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if they said, Crawford, we want to give you B, we're gonna take A. If you take that, we'll announce the fight tomorrow. And Crawford said, no, I can't do that. We got to come back to the table. I don't know if it was ever a situation where they just laid it out there and was like, if he take this, we going. It almost seemed like, he was never happy with what was being offered, but he said he was willing to take it. But he said he wasn't willing to take it without transparency, because he got to know where his money's gonna come from. It wasn't a matter of him knowing how much he's gonna make on the back end or whatever. It was, I want to know where the money's gonna come from and where the money's gonna go, so that I know what I'm getting a split of. So, and that part of it made sense. And he actually, said some of the same things I said, in the past about it, was that, what I'm saying, if you're gonna pay me out of something, I'm kind of paraphrasing, because I heard this an hour ago, but basically he was saying something about, if he's gonna make his money on the back end after everything else, then he needs to know where all the money's going and what's coming in, so he can get a fair split of the money. They don't just give him some amount of money and tell him, well, this is your 35% or whatever. He didn't say a percent. I'm saying 35. But he said that, they wouldn't tell him that here's your split of it. And then he don't know that, what it actually made. So, I mean, that makes sense. If you're going to get a percentage of something, then you need to know, if you're going to get a percentage of a pie, you need to see the pie. You need to know what, how big the pie actually is.
So that means you would have to wait for the pie to get cooked in order to see it.
But the thing is, you got to be told that you'll be able to see the pie. And that's where basically the roadblock, the stumbling block came. It wasn't about whether or not the pie was done for you to see it. It was you asking permission to see the pie when it's done. And basically that was a no-go. That's what he's saying. I mean, I'm not saying that I know this. I'm just telling you that's what he said.
I understand. And because I've heard this situation talked about before. And it's almost like, I want to see what, 35% of what? We're at 35% of what the fight earns. Well, show me what that's going to be. Well, I can't, because
no, that ain't.
I'm just saying. Yeah, I'm not saying that's what it was. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that would be asinine to say what's the fight gonna make. Now, how can they tell him that? You know what I'm saying? I mean, that was the situation where AJ versus Wilder was. They at first Eddie was saying the fight was gonna be the biggest fight since Lennox Lewis and Holyfield. But then when Wilder started, trying to ask for XYZ, he started watering down the fight, saying they don't know what the fight gonna do. It probably won't do this big, and then got Joshua thinking that. And that's when Joshua came out and let that come out his mouth that, well, if they think it'll do 100 million, give me what's 60% of 100 million? Give me 50 million. His math bad, but and so that's how that whole thing came about, because basically Eddie started watering down the fight because he didn't want to fight. So, what I'm saying? And that's how it all went. But, to me, I look at it like, with the whole situation with PBC having resistance on, and I think rightfully so, don't get me wrong, rightfully so, they had their reservations about what the fight will do, not just based on Bud, based on numbers they're seeing too across the board with fighters that they'll promote on pay-per-view. And so when they look at that, and then of course with the numbers that they've heard that Bud's done, you can understand them having reservations. But the one thing that I always say where PBC missed an opportunity, I felt like when Sean Porter was the mandatory for Bud Crawford, and ESPN was willing to allow PBC to go in as a partner on that fight, that was an opportunity for them to do a dry run with Bud Crawford to see what Bud Crawford could do on the networks that they put up. Because, you know, it would have been a co-promotional pay-per-view like Fury Wilder. I know they didn't feel like the fight was as big, so they didn't think it was worth it, but it would have been an opportunity for them to see how Bud could perform on a different platform instead of on ESPN, especially when it ended up just on the ESPN Plus app and not on regular ESPN, where you could just click on your TV and buy the pay-per-view. So, you know, I feel like if they had done that, I think that would have been good, a good way for them to get a glance at what kind of numbers Terrence Crawford could do being on another platform, but also would have gave them a chance to have a working relationship with Terrence Crawford ahead of the Spence fight. Not that they owed it to him, not that they owed it to Porter, because Porter came out good. He got the highest guarantee of his career, probably his highest payday of his career, but definitely his highest guarantee. So he came out good, but it's just one of them things where when you look at how everything fell apart at these negotiations, with us knowing what little we do know about it, it just makes me wonder if had they went ahead and done that, would it have worked out better for them, for everybody?
Joseph
I'll
Brown
s-
in the house, man. Glad
What's
you
up?
joined in. What you got to say?
D-Lo's wishful thinking over there with that one. That based on how Crawford has conducted himself, he was never going to sign that deal with PBC. That would only have benefited Crawford at the end of the day, and his stance would have been even more of a harder stance than what he's currently taking with the whole negotiations. I think Bob Arum said it. This fight probably would have got made if there was a promoter promoting Terrence Crawford, because it's obvious. You can see he's in uncharted waters when it comes to negotiating a fight. He's never had to do that before, and when you haven't done it and you don't have the experience, it shows. Um, you don't have much respect coming to the table when you're negotiating certain terms. And I don't blame the PBC in some terms, because you're going to always try to take advantage of someone who you feel like is ill prepared to be able to negotiate a big fight like this, because he's never done it before. Not saying he's incapable of doing it, but he doesn't have the experience in doing it, and that's the reason why they're doing it the way they're doing it. Not saying it's right. Not saying that Terrence Crawford taking control of his career and trying to see what kind of avenues he can work out for himself. That's admirable, but at the same time, you getting in the negotiations with a side who's been doing this for a very long time, negotiated some of the biggest fights in boxing history. So they're not going to take no backside, or they're not going to adhere to some of the things that you're trying to demand in negotiations. So it's just what it is. I mean, at this point, I'm like, I've already moved on from this fight. I'm looking forward to a lot of these younger fighters, up and coming fighters, and seeing where their career goes. I'm on the same wave with Hyphy in terms of, just looking at it from this standpoint. I'm not going to be fooled by any of these guys trying to tell me that, they really wanted this fight bad and all this stuff. I'm not falling for the games. They all trying to prolong this fight just so they can make the most amount of money at the end of the day. And when they decide to come back around, like Terrence said in the video, when they come back around, he going to drop Spence off, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So it's like they all in it. They all in on the on the deceive the public, as far as like, yeah, I know y'all wanted this fight right now, but this shit ain't happening. Negotiators broke down. We're gonna come back and resurface this fight later on. Well, guess what? It's gonna be, these guys are both gonna be older, and we may not get the product that we would have liked to get. So it may not be as good of a product when it swings back around. I'm just saying. So I'm not looking forward to it. At this point, people want to continue to argue about it and talk about it. That's on them. I'm just laughing at the trolls and some of the fanboys out there who continue to argue about this stuff like Spencer Crawford is their fucking boyfriend. So that shit is just comical to me, and all the breaking news on it. That's stuff for me to just continue to laugh at is also, like Ivy said, there's a lot of good fights that happened last night. Nobody's talking about. Nobody, I mean, real boxing fans, if you actually sat up and watched the fights that happened early this morning, you know, these are really good fights for us to be talking about and celebrating as far as the sport of boxing. I mean, that's what it's really all about. It ain't about, you know, these two fighters, Spence and freaking Crawford. I mean, they already in their 30s right now. So why am I continue to look forward to a bunch of 30-year-olds who are about to be in their mid-30s pretty soon here? I mean, Crawford already is. I mean, they already pretty much passed their peak anyway. So I'm looking forward to some of these younger guys and seeing what they got to bring to the table. And hopefully we can get some of these fights with some of these guys who are in their 20s and when these fights are supposed to happen, when they both got something to, you know, to prove still in their careers, you know. So that's where I see it. That's how I look at it, man.
Hey, MZ, I know you got to catch up on some of the comments, but after that, can we talk about some of the, you know, some of the funny and foolery shit that we've been seeing around just around the YouTube boxing community and shit?
You know, it's always open. Everything's open to be talked about over here, without a doubt. And Joseph Brown, I appreciate your take on that, man. I greatly appreciate it. Hang around so you can stay in the conversation. Yeah, let me jump in here real quick because there's a lot going on. Exactly, Marlo. Let me get close. I think it started here. Eric R said, cool, all these Keith fans coming out of the woodwork. I might be able to recoup my vacation funds back. So he let it be known right out the gate that he finna hit y'all up. Anybody that's a Keith fan, holler at that boy Eric R. Look like he taking on all bet. I might be biased, but I think Bud is only saying that to get people to buy the fight. Okay, yeah, I'm way behind. I hope Keith gets the fight low key. I want to see them fight almost as much as I want to see Bud and Earl. And then Trey X hit us with D-Lo talking through a megaphone. Loud as hell. Yeah, D-Lo, you was coming on real strong. You was getting it across. Yeah, I think that was Floyd talking out his ass. The fact he ain't know they was going to get break numbers like that. Just my opinion. Okay. We got Lala Deedon came back into the house. What's up, sis? Glad to see you just listening. You can't type, but hey, you here. She's screaming out at everybody. Everybody screaming back like Bruce versus versus Earl. When it's time, I can see both fighters wanting that action at all costs. Yeah, I can see them on the fight, but I don't see them fighting at 147. I just don't see that. And I know a lot of people don't agree with it the way it's breaking down. I didn't realize Earl hadn't had a mandatory in a while, but he had been collecting belts in places of the mandatory, so that would bag up the mandatories. And if he decides to spin the block, even though I don't think it's fair that Keith should be first, I was in agreement with I think it was D-Lo. I think Stanioni should be first since he did have to. He was willing to step aside twice to let something happen with the belts. But for somebody to show up to have a chance at taking the belts, I think it should be him first. And I don't know, Booth second. I'm still kind of trying to figure out how Keith talked his way into not being active for I don't know how long to being the mandatory. You know, you got to give him that. He might have had some help in some kind of back rooms and through some back doors, but you got to give it to him for coming up with something like that.
Keith didn't do nothing in the ring to get that fight, other than win the one fight that he was told he had to win. And the main thing he did was just stay down with Al and been patient and just kept talking and keeping his name alive. You know, he started doing a lot more interviews recently over the last, year or so than he used to do. So, that kind of helped too. So I think most of what he did to help get himself in position to be the mandatory happened outside of the ring. But I want to say one more thing though about that mandatory. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong, but I think Danny Garcia was Errol Spence's WBC mandatory. So if that's true,
yeah, he was.
Right. So the last mandatory he fought was the WBC.
Okay.
So it really don't make sense when the IBF mandatory hadn't happened since Ocampo. And then you got the WBA mandatory done had to step aside twice.
Well, I don't know how true that step aside is because truth be told, Stanionis had to fight Butayev, and Butayev really was the guy who was in place for that shot before Stanionis. So Stanionis just fought
Yeah, you're
Butayev and
right.
took that
They
spot.
yeah, you're right. The fight that basically the winner of that fight was gonna have to step aside. So you're right that, but the way they were, I'm trying to remember how it was because they didn't even want to do that. They were gonna make
Boots. I mean,
cause who was it? Who
Ugas.
was the regular champion? Was it Butayev? Got it from
Butayev took it away from Jamal James
Jamal
and
James. That was his name,
and
Jamal James. Right. And then Stanionis fought was it the guy that Boots just fought last? No, he fought Collazo. Stanionis fought Collazo. Butayev fought Jamal James. And then it was supposed to be Stanionis versus Ugas, if I'm not mistaken, and Butayev was gonna fight somebody else or something. I forgot how it was. It was supposed to be 4 guys, and then they kind of messed it all up so that they can go ahead and make the Spence versus Ugas fight, which I think was the right thing to do. So yeah, you're right, man. It's probably the step aside twice. Will probably really ain't. If anything, Butayev was the one who, missed the opportunity the first time. But a lot of people had this foregone conclusion in their mind that Stanionis was going to win, which he did end up doing. I just was, I thought he was going to lose the fight against Butayev, and I was wrong. Ate crow on it.
Oh, well, everybody eat a little crow sometime. Either way, I didn't think that Keith was supposed to be the first one up to bat. I would have been accepting anybody else to be up to bat, which
yeah, keep leapfrog a lot of guys who should have been ranked ahead of him right after Danny Garcia, like a Boots or a Virgil or even a Stanionis. He leapfrogged all them dudes after fighting a dude who was placed in the top 10 who never fought at welterweight ever in his career, who was at 140 coming off a loss, moving up off a loss, and he somehow cracked the top 10.
Knockout loss at that.
Exactly. So, I mean, we all know how boxing corruption works, man. It just depends on who, the name of the fighter, and who's representing them. You know what I'm saying? And that's pretty much how it goes.
So this move, and this just me looking at my fake crystal ball. This move would make a lot of. I'm just telling you. I'm looking at what's going to happen. If it's Keith Thurman and Earl Spence agrees to Keith Thurman, so many people from the Crawford side of the fence are gonna say Earl Spence is a liar. He said he'd never fight Keith. All this stuff is finna start avalanching on this dude.
Hey, MZ.
Yeah.
Crawford already put the playbook out on that. So all his fanboys is gonna run with that narrative. And the crazy part is if Spence would have fought Thurman first, they would have said he was ducking Bud. So Spence can't win either way you shape it, except for him to take another fighter besides Boots. But we all know that's possibly not going to happen unless it's ordered. And I'm hoping that the IBF gets some nuts and try to order a mandatory.
But all he's facing right now, he's in the situation, like he said, he can move up, or he's in a situation to defend against all mandatories. Now, I can't imagine what that would be like because all of the mandatories, I think, are hell of a fighters. I think they all good up and coming fighters. Can he beat them all? I don't know. I think it'd be a hard test for anybody. But imagine him imagine him beating him, and then the dude that we was waiting for an undisputed fight is still standing there with those belts. I would be pissed.
Yeah, that's the drawback of dragging a fight out a long time to make it, right? Because technically this fight, I get it, everybody's excited about undisputed and everything, but what I'm saying, this fight was ripe when Terrence Crawford moved up. You know what I'm saying? When he moved up, it was pretty much unquestionable that Errol Spence was the man at 147. Crawford had to establish himself as a man at 140. That would have been a perfect opportunity for them to come up and have a fight, right? Him to come up and go straight into that fight, even without the fight against the guy from Australia. If he'd have went right into that fight, coming off of, you know, going undisputed, his name was real hot, Spencer's name was hot, you know, that fight could have been big even then, and I think we would have got a better fight probably than what we'll get now. But boxing don't work that way. You know what I'm saying? It's one guy with one promotional company that's in the way of the fight, other guy with another outfit that's blocking the fight, and then they got all these other options where they are, and the promoter wants to make in-house fights on both sides. So it's just one of them things to where the politics of boxing got in the way of a good fight. And, you know, Spence pretty much told the world when him and Crawford were face to face that, you know, Al gave him some names and Crawford wasn't one of them. You know what I'm saying? It was, you know, Mikey and Sean and Danny, and you know what I'm saying? And those were the names. I think he even said Keith Thurman at that time. And you know what I'm saying? So it's just the way it played out. So now here we are. All these
Now let's hold on. Let's get to the other side where Top Rank was saying.
I just said, but you didn't hear me just say both sides had fighters in-house that they wanted to make. I just didn't mention those names because nobody cares about them. You know, I mean, we saw the fights that they made. Now they did make some fights outside of Top Rank, but you know, I remember I said a little earlier, they had to persuade Bud to fight Mean Machine. He didn't want that fight. That was a guy that Bob Arum wanted him to fight. They had to sweeten the pot for him, and they had to promise him the Spence fight. You know what I'm saying? And put an incentive in there that if they don't make the Spence fight, they got to pay him X amount of dollars. So, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Both sides. I didn't say just one, but I was just saying when they had that meeting, Spence was the one that rattled out these names that he was giving. Bud didn't do so. So that was the point I was making. But the thing is, us not getting that fight then, look at what's happened since then. On one side, the guys, you know, having all kind of problems since he left his promoter. He is getting older. The other guys been in a bad car wreck, and he's had a detached retina. You know what I'm saying? And if they keep prolonging the fight, one or both of these guys are going to end up probably getting beat. We saw, you know, Pacquiao got beat, 2 times while they were dragging out the Mayweather fight. One of them being a awful knockout. And then, hell, Mayweather went to jail. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of things can happen while they dragging these fights out, and the end result ain't going. I just don't think the end result is going to be what they think. If they, by dragging this fight out, they're not going to make this fight bigger, because fans saw with the Mayweather Pacquiao fight, man. So that fight turned so many people away from boxing. It was crazy. Yeah, they got this big old giant, you know, payday, and they got all these pay-per-view buys. But I think what really hurt it was that after that they got the McGregor fight with all them MMA fans buying it, so they didn't really get to feel the turnoff from fans that really was like, man, I'm done with pay-per-views. Because I mean, I had a lot of casual fans that I knew that never talk about, and not even casual folks that don't care nothing about boxing. They talk about Mike Tyson. Well, they bought the Mayweather fight. They all on Facebook crying, talking about how poor the fight was, and they wasted their money. They paid all that money, and they could have done something else. It was just a lot of drawback. So that's why I said, had they not made the McGregor fight next, and they'd have made a fight, like just say for instance, it had been a rematch with Pacquiao, they would have saw the big drop off from fight 1 to fight 2, because a lot of people got turned off from boxing because of that whole dragging it out, and then the fight wasn't what they thought it was going to be. And then, so I just feel like they're following that same playbook, and it's not really going to work. You know what I'm saying? Especially with these two guys. Because, you know, Pacquiao had a country behind him.
Mike on. Okay. Let me bounce off of that a little bit, Dilo. I think with Mayweather and Pacquiao, the reason the turnout was like it was. Remember, a lot of people thought Pacquiao could beat Mayweather. Let's not forget, a lot of sales that Mayweather got, in my opinion, it's just my opinion, as humble as it is, was because people paid to see him lose. That's where a lot of the money came. I think a lot of the money came from people wanted to see him lose. And Pacquiao was the last hope of somebody actually beating Mayweather. It didn't matter that he got brutally knocked out. People was able to take that, you know, those that felt like Pacquiao was the one, you know, yeah, their feelings was hurt because it didn't show out to be nothing like they thought it would be. They thought Pacquiao was going to be all over Mayweather. And that just didn't happen. I don't believe it would have happened if it was 10 years early. But as far as the reason that's the reason I think they payout was so big, because so many people thought that Pacquiao was the one.
They thought it was legit 50-50. That's the reason why it so many people bought in. You know, they thought this guy was equal as far as being able to give Mayweather his biggest test and possibly win. So
let me go ahead and jump on Eric R. He pulling the 5 heartbeats. He say, Bud, this is Bud. Al, I need to talk to you about my books. He said, Al, my office hours are from 9 to 5. He telling Marlon there they need to do that. Anyway, it's Bud fans and trolls. Oh no, I'm not even put the words up. Bud is in his own way. I don't know who's in whose way. I'm at the point now that the situation is, to me, if Spence fights Thurman, it's going to satisfy the thirst of some people, some fans. But for me, if he ends up fighting one of these other guys, Stanionis or Boots, if he fights one of them and beats them, it's going to be hard for Bud to do anything other than fight this man. You know, because the Spence fans would be like, this dude, when they fought one of the young dudes and beat him, and Bud, you know, it's no fights out there for Bud that's gonna satisfy people. You know, if you're a real boxing fan, this fight shouldn't be satisfying. It doesn't matter. You know, it's gonna come down to the companies, and everybody's gonna have somebody to blame. Well, Bud would have somebody to help bear the blame if it wasn't just him by himself. You know, if it wasn't just him, just Bud.
Hey, MZ, got to say something right quick.
Yeah.
I know, I don't know who said it, but somebody brought up about Bud, you know, trying to go into these negotiations by himself. You know, but the thing is, he has a lawyer that's was handling all this stuff, and from somebody, I heard it reported that he had one lawyer, and then he ended up hiring a second lawyer, to work on the fight as well. And you know, we don't know that these lawyers that he had working on his behalf, or if it was just one, that may be it's just what they specialize in. You know what I'm saying? Doing fights. You know, because you wouldn't go get a tax attorney and bring them to go negotiate a fight on your behalf, you know what I'm saying, or a DUI attorney or something. So, you know, I would think that, you know what I'm saying, the man had someone who knows what they're doing and have dealt with fight negotiations before, because a lot of these guys use the same lawyers. That's just like if you listen to Avenesian's manager, he was saying that the guy that they use to go over their contracts is the same guy that Tyson Fury uses.
Okay.
To go over his contract. So I don't think he just went in there, you know, like just Bud from the block. I'm gonna go in here and I'm gonna put on a suit and I'm gonna go in here and rub shoulder with these guys and I'm gonna make this deal by myself.
Yeah, that's not the point though. The point I was making is that he don't have the cachet. You know what I'm saying? As far as being able to say that he's made a big fight of this magnitude. That's the problem that he's facing, because he's going into a room with a bunch of guys who have made mega fights before and got that experience. I'm not saying that what he's doing is bad. He even said it on the video that he called up Al and asked if him and his lawyer can sit down and try to make a deal, because he had some hedge funds that were willing to put up $25 million each for him and Spence. That's what he said. And he even recognized that, you know, being that I'm my own boss and stuff like that. Of course, they're gonna try to get the best possible deal from their side, and they're gonna try to dictate to me, certain terms of how they want things done. He get it. He understand that that's what is going to happen. He's going to experience that because until he does make a big fight at the current status of which he is right now, which is he's his own mouthpiece. He's negotiating basically on the strength of himself. He's going to experience this no matter what other big fight he tried to make, even outside of PBC. He's going to have this level of some disrespect coming his way. That's just what it is until he gets it over the hurdle.
Yeah, and I wouldn't refute none of that. I just wanted to clarify that he wasn't in there by himself. But I agree with all the points you made. And one other point that I like to add to that is not only a big fight, he hadn't made any fight by himself on his own on his own behalf. So even the fact that this Avanesian fight is getting off the ground, and if it gets across the finish line and actually takes place, that's a feather in his cap compared to where he was coming into negotiations initially, because he hadn't done anything on his own as far as making his own fights. So, you know what I'm saying? When you look at it from that perspective, even him getting this fight, if it gets all the way across the line, that's a win for him. But it's still not the fight that we want to see. And it still doesn't guarantee that he's going to be in a better position if they were to come back to the table and negotiate. But he's had that experience in negotiating with him. And at least he can have the confidence to know that I can get a fight across the line with my team that I'm working with now, as far as the people he got helping him with contracts and things of that, going over stuff and stuff like that. So, I think that's one takeaway that, he can take from this old experience to, have a little more confidence going to the table for his next fight, regardless of who it's against.
I feel that. And Trey X made a beautiful point. Boxing has us literally talking about a fight that's not happening for 3 hours. I can't help but lose interest in the mainstream fights. Most people don't care about the hardcore fights, though, which is true. Did either of you guys just happen to see when Bill Haney and Paulie Malignaggi had their little back and forth?
No, I ain't see it.
You didn't? Dude, I checked it out. And Bill was like, let's bet that my son take the fight. So they it was on, I think it's on the Boxing Voice, D-Lo. And they get on there and they going back and forth. And Bill tell Paulie, remember that day when you was I think he had lost to Adrian Broner, or they was just getting ready to fight Adrian Broner. But Paulie and some dudes was at Adrian Broner's press conference. And they was finna try to start some drama. And Bill Haney talked Paulie out of getting himself into a bad situation. And Paulie was like, "Oh yeah, that was you and this and that. Thank you." His whole attitude toward Bill changed, and he didn't take the bet because Bill was like, bet $100,000. First, it was like $50,000 that he'd take the fight. So Paulie was like, "Nah, I bet that your son win the fight." And it's pretty entertaining. Bill made some good points. Paulie tried to, make some good points, but it's still kind of hard for him to wipe away the fact that he made, he went out of his way to say that would be the white boy to beat you, and to also say that he didn't think Devin would take the fight. He's still trying to say that he don't think Devin would take the fight.
And that ought to be the bet, because according to him, Devin ain't gonna take the fight.
That's what he said. That's really what he said, and that's what Bill attacked him with. But when he said that he was like bet that Devin to win, Bill had said something about betting on both fights, and then Paulie gonna say something like, "Oh, I'm not taking that bet because then you'll be covered if this happens." And I'm like, "What?" So
that's an omission by Paulie that he put his foot in his mouth.
Well, it sound like to me too.
Because he realized now that, oh shit, this kid is gonna take the fight, and that's a fight that Bob Arum wants to make. He wants to make that fight. He'd rather make that fight before he make Shakur Stevenson and Devin Haney. So Bob gonna want to make that fight. The only way it ain't gonna happen is if Haney don't want that fight. And he looks like he definitely want that fight. So that's something that Paulie Malignaggi he spoke too soon on.
Well, I feel like anytime anybody speaks on it, I know you know I hate to have to bring the belts in, so I'm gonna try to go around it without bringing them in as much as possible. But for everybody to keep saying, you know, Paulie made up an excuse. He was like, the reason his son got left over because Lomachenko went for the bigger fight because he was on the thing to become undisputed. And he goes in the same breath to say they end up getting the franchise belt, which by an omission, you gave up you turned the true WBC belt into a regular belt. Devin Haney ended up getting it. Now, your reason was because you didn't want to have to deal with a mandatory. You want to go ahead and unify the belts. Well, if that's the case, you could have did that anyway. You could have just paid Devin Haney some step-aside money at the most, you know. I'm sure Devin then would have probably agreed to it. I'm not saying, I'm just giving the excuse that they gave and saying it was crazy that, you know, Devin was a mandatory. Then most of the time, most people say a unification always overrides a mandatory. Why'd you literally have to get a franchise belt not to fight Devin? I don't think Lomachenko ever really wanted to fight Devin. And then when he saw him in the ring and he spoke on how big the young man was, he like, you know, this is lightweight, now this is a heavyweight. I think Lomachenko, I don't know. I don't know. Lomachenko, he beat the dude that I was riding with last week. He beat the guy. But I still got some change in my pocket because I went the distance. But other than that, I think Devin gonna beat Loma. I think, you know, Paulie trying to make it seem like Devin don't want Loma, but all the time everything pointing at Loma don't really want Devin.
Hey, as long as they don't fight, Paulie can always say Loma would have beat Devin. So Paulie might not want to fight either.
Yeah, because, you know, that would change his prediction. But yeah, you gotta check it out. Him and Bill Haney went on there. Bill hit him up with some few things.
Was it from the day?
From today?
I'm saying, was the show, was it today's show that this happened?
No, I'm telling you about it because I saw it a few days ago. I just figured that everybody had saw it. That's why I was asking, do you remember?
You don't remember what the title of the show was or nothing like that? What
Bill Haney versus Paulie.
That's the name of the show?
It's on the Boxing Voice.
Right, okay. I don't really be over there like that, so I ain't want to have to keep on just skimming through a bunch of them trying to find it. That's why I was asking. I appreciate it.
I watched it, you know, I watch when usually it's gonna have the people speaking for themselves. Those are the things I really try to watch. I don't really try to watch the opinions of the other people. I just want to go and watch the ones that actually got them on there talking. Because that way I get it straight from that person. It's coming out of his mouth to my ears. So
sounds good.
Isn't it the best way to get it though?
Most of the time it is.
All of the time, because that way, if the person lied when they said it, then you can give a factional reason of why you told that lie. Hey, I repeated what this man said. This shit came straight from him. He was in there. He knows. She knows. That type of thing. So yeah, that's what I like about it. So you get a chance to kind of you get a chance to listen to Paulie give his explanation of why he said that the European fighters was taking over, and then he tried to name some.
He's still talking about that.
Yeah, he still because you know Bill Haney.
How did that work for HBO?
Yeah, well, HBO not in boxing no more.
There you have it. So it ain't much of a takeover. It's more like a demolition.
Wow. But yeah, he was trying to defend his point on that because he was saying that he was asked a question about it and he didn't get to go more into it because the interviewer led him in another direction or what have you. So you get a chance to hear him and Bill. You get the chance to hear him and Bill talk about that and go into it. And we got the anti-clinch scientist in the house. This man be changing his name quicker than chameleons change colors. What's up? Shoot, I'm trying to see what's up with your anti-clinch.
I just had to jump out the line, talk to my girl, man.
All right. Well, I'm glad everything all right.
Hey, social sciences, what's going on, man? What's going on, DeCane? What's happening?
What's happening? Who gonna talk to
You,
Who that?
you sound like you just woke up from taking a nap, man.
Sound like you just got whooped.
It's late over here, man. Nigga tired.
I hear you. Hyphy said modern boxing rule of thumb, weight classes of 118 and lower, the fights usually get made because there's less money and all parties understand they need each other. Great point. Shut Paulie ass up. Good interview. Yeah, he's speaking on the interview that I was talking about. So if you get a chance, D-Lo, that's where it said on the Boxing Voice in this name, Paulie versus Bill Haney. Haney versus Paulie is. You will see it though. It's got a picture of both of them on there.
Yeah, I'm gonna find it tomorrow when I'm at work.
Yeah,
I put rank on that fool though at the end.
Yeah. You saw it, huh? Where he told him how he kept him and his boys from getting handled at the Adrian Broner press conference.
I sincerely don't remember that, but I appreciate you, Bill.
Yeah, that's exactly how he said it. And then when Bill started breaking down certain things that was going on, then he was like, "Oh, I do remember. I do remember." Oh,
man,
that
y'all
was
know
you.
real well. Paulie will remember that. As humiliating as that whole situation was with him, he probably remember every aspect of everything around that fight. Crying after the fight was, "Oh, no, I'm about to take him a side piece. Don't brag about taking him a side piece."
Man, he probably still having therapy sessions right now about that shit.
So yeah, they doing that on there. They going at it about that. They're not going at it. He's actually just trying to. He's squirming. He's squirming pretty good. Bill kind of let him off the hook. I think he should have smashed down on him a little more. But yeah, he made him see. Made him show himself.
Hey y'all. Hey, that interview when interviewing Adrian Broner and he was bragging about that, and Paulie kind of just came back and jumped back into the frame and started hollering at. I could have swore last time I watched it, I looked at it a little more. I noticed something I had never known, that I never paid attention to before. It looked like Jim Gray or whoever was doing had the mic. It looked like they mushed Paulie in the face to get him out of the picture. If y'all get a chance, go back and look at that. I'm finna try to look at it now and see. But I could have swore like he got mushed out of the picture.
Oh yeah, you gonna have to let me see that. Let me know what the name of that is. So, Mr. Anti-Clinch, what you got for me, man?
I want to know what you thought of that Loma Ortiz fight. Did you watch the fight or did you just see the result or what?
The results hurt me. The instant replay stuff hurt me.
Yeah.
The results really hurt me, man. I put money on it. But I'm listening and my boy was boxing good, man. He was boxing. He was using his distance and everything. Yeah, Loma got in, got some good punches in and stuff like that. But I don't think Loma won the fight. You think he won?
I mean, I didn't score it, but I definitely thought it was really close. I need to watch it back because I did record it. But yeah, I know it was a really close fight. My man was doing a really good job of preventing Loma from doing his normal Lomachenko shit. You know, he pivoted with the man, got away from him when he needed to get away from him. So
the man's name is the Technician.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
but,
I just had to throw that out there.
Yeah, but I mean, one thing I don't like about this fight is everybody talking about, well, Loma not the same. He never been that good. I always thought he was overrated. But I'm like, this man on a year layoff, dealing with his country being at war. I mean, like, you don't get nothing for that. Like that don't get to be a part of the conversation. Like that. I mean, that's weird as hell to me.
Okay, let me appease you and say, sure, let's put it in the conversation. But for me, I don't care how good he's supposed to be. And I'm like, I just don't think he like outboxed dude. Like I just didn't see. I just don't see that. From what I've got the chance to gather, maybe you'd be nice enough to send me some kind of copy of the whole fight, so I can see all of the fight, not just highlights, and get a better view of it. But yeah, right now I feel like he ain't win. What's up, Trey?
Salute. Y'all talking a little bit of boxing now, so I said I'll go ahead and jump on.
Glad to have you in the house.
Yeah, that motherfucker Ortiz, I feel like he could have gave a better effort. I ain't think he won the fight. I thought he lost the fight. I thought it was pretty clear that he lost the fight. Lomachenko was landing the cleaner, harder shots, especially coming down the stretch. I thought Ortiz fucked up by not mixing it up and going southpaw early in the fight. He waited too long before he brought out the southpaw stance. And I normally don't like fighters switching, but I liked it for him in this fight because he throws a powerful jab from the southpaw stance usually. And I thought that was something that he could use for Lomachenko. Always keep a fresh lead hand. If you jab the motherfucker with your left hand and that start getting tired, let's go southpaw and jab with your right hand. But he didn't do that shit. You know what I'm saying? But I still think that his stock should have went up a little bit because people grossly underestimated the man. All the fucking fighters said he was gonna get stopped. Teofimo Lopez, Devin Haney, Shakur Stevenson. That might have been all. I'm talking about all the fighters. Hell, it might have just been them three. But most people that I heard talk about the fight, even like the fans and shit, they were saying that the man was gonna get stopped.
The only one that I heard.
Out, brother, I was talking, my nigga. I ain't been here
bad.
all night.
My bad.
That's gonna jump right in on me.
My bad. I couldn't hear. Sorry about that.
Shit. I don't forgot what I was about to say. Go ahead, bro.
No, my bad. I was just gonna say that. Even the only one that I actually heard who was commenting on the fight that giving him a shot was Boozy Ennis, and he was talking about his amateur background and how solid of a fighter he was. That's all I was saying. Sorry, I couldn't hear. My bad.
Yeah, they be pretty level-headed with the shit, with their predictions. I know I had Dan Rayfield and his partner was picking that he was gonna get stopped, and they took the under and all that shit. And I was saying, man, this kid gonna go the distance. You know what I'm saying? I knew he had enough in him to do that, but to me, it just proved that even the fighters, they don't know what the fuck they talking about, man. When it comes to predicting the fight, they can't predict the fight for shit. And instead of giving the Ortiz credit, they chose to say that Lomachenko was slowing down and he ain't the same. I heard DeCane talking about the layoff. Y'all know I'm the number one nigga in the game just pushing layoffs and how we need to pay attention to it. I thought that was something that they should have been on top of. And to me, they put Lomachenko in the position to have a fucking Ali versus George Foreman moment. If he come out there and beat Devin Haney, which is possible, the whole fucking script then flipped to where Devin Haney is the outstanding favorite in this fight now. So if Lomachenko go out there and beat the motherfucker, he get a chance to be like Ali after Foreman. Never again never again say I'm gonna be defeated. Never again doubt me. All that kind of shit. They putting cables on it, man. Like when you see performances, it's hardly ever as bad as it looks, and it's hardly ever as good as it looks. Most of the time, it's in the middle. So this man that went out here and went 12 rounds with a solid fighter, I can assume that he's gonna look a lot sharper in his next fight. You know what I'm saying?
Why do you assume that?
Because he just went 12 rounds. The man came off a 10-month layoff. That was one of the reasons.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was one of the reasons that I felt like Ortiz might have had a little action because the man was coming off a 10-month layoff. When he fought against Teofimo Lopez, he was coming off a 14-month layoff. And to me, that contributed to the loss. I don't feel like he was sharp early in the fight. It took him some rounds to get into the fight. You know what I'm saying? And now with this guy, he coming off a 10-month layoff. That's not 14 months. Got problems on his mind. You know what I'm saying? All kind of distractions and shit going on. So he done went in there and got 12 good rounds. He had a kid that was young, athletic, ambidextrous, all this kind of shit, and he gave him some good work. So Lomachenko was gonna look a lot sharper in his next fight, man. I guarantee it.
That's what I'm trying to say. People like, oh, he's never that good. I'm like, man, come on, man. You gotta contextualize the situation. But you mentioned Ortiz switching, and I wanted to ask your opinion because he switched southpaw, and when he switched southpaw, Lomachenko couldn't really touch him, but he only stayed southpaw for like a half a round. Why do you think that he didn't stay southpaw longer uh, and try to prolong Lomachenko's problems with it?
Because they don't understand, bro. This about to sound arrogant as fuck what I'm about to say. But most people, bro, even the fucking experts, they don't understand the angles. When you in the orthodox stance and you got a fighter like Lomachenko that's in the southpaw stance with the Eastern European style, when you got opposite stances going against each other, you increase their opportunities to get angles on you. They step around the lead foot and get to the dorsal side. You know what I'm saying? But if you train southpaw, now it's southpaw on southpaw. He not gonna have no same type of angles. If you go back and you look at Lomachenko when he fought Jose Pedraza and listen to the commentary, they would frequently say that Lomachenko is not looking himself in this fight. And one of the reasons because he had an ambidextrous guy who can turn southpaw and take them angles away. When you in the same stance, like I just said, when you're in the same stance, bro, you don't get them opportunities to step around the lead foot. The only time I saw like an orthodox fighter against an orthodox fighter where one fighter consistently got behind or got to the side, like in a position where he really couldn't be hit, was Montel Griffin when he fought against James Toney. That shit is fucking rare. You know what I'm saying? So I just feel like if he had a better understanding of how Lomachenko works and how Eastern European fighters work, period, whether it's Usyk, whether it's Alexander Gazik when he fought against Superman, Adonis Stevens, them type of fighters, when you in the opposite stance, you giving them more of an opportunity to step around and lead foot and use a European step around. That's what I call it, European step around. I just feel like he should have known that shit, man. Like if I'm in a southpaw stance with this guy, I'm taking some of his options off the table.
Yeah, I was wondering if you had any idea why. Like, cause I know, well, it seems like he should have noticed that he wasn't getting hit, or his team or somebody when he switched southpaw, he wasn't getting hit. I don't know. That was just weird that he didn't stay like that for a while.
Well, it also made sense for him to stay southpaw too because his other eye was the one that was messed up, was in the front in the orthodox stance. So he turned southpaw. He had a good eye in the front. You know what I'm saying? So, and that was one of the things the commentary had brought up. You know, that I thought that I agreed with, and I thought it was he looked like he was having success, but I don't think maybe he and his team didn't realize how much success they had. You know, when he was in that position, because to me it didn't make sense not to stay in it until forced out of it, or at least just to stay in it for a while and then go back orthodox just to change the look up maybe. But to me it was working. You know, like I remember when Crawford fought what's his name Gamboa, and I told you I picked Gamboa in that fight. Well, Gamboa was he was doing all kind of great work on Crawford when Crawford was in orthodox position. And then when Crawford switched to southpaw, I remember Roy Jones was complaining, saying that he thought it was a bad idea against this guy and thought he should go back. And at first it was kind of shaky for just a minute, and then it kind of smoothed out, and Bud started walking, running away with the fight. But he stayed in that position because he never really went back because it was working. You know what I'm saying? So I felt like Jermaine Ortiz, when it was working, with the way it was working, I felt like he should have stayed in it and took advantage of it, unless Loma made him get out of it. Kind of like I like Devin Haney, just sticking with the basic 1-2 clinch, whatever, you know what I'm saying, over and over and over until forced to do something different.
Yeah.
But I still think the youngster stock went up. I mean, like we talking about what he didn't do late in this big fight, but that's one reason why we like to put the youngsters in tough situations on the way up. Like think about it. How many times has he been in there with a fighter with the type of angles and shit like a Lomachenko, his experience and his IQ and all that kind of shit? You might not never find a fighter to match that, but you can at least find some fighters that can challenge you in different ways. So whenever you do get late in the fight, you can think clearly and make the move that you need to make. These fighters, they want to be on the fast track and shit like a Bruce Ennis. You get up there, you get in that type of fight, y'all kind of like a fish out of water almost because y'all ain't never been here before. So you ain't thinking like a Mayweather to be making adjustment because I done been here a million times. So I still think they need to build the fighters up and get them good fights to get good work on the way up. You know what I'm saying? So they can be challenged and shit.
One of the reasons that I went with the guy because he sparred with Lomachenko for 7 weeks. And then Lomachenko being out for 10 weeks and the dude being younger and fresher, and he had already had, he had been, I said fresher. I went with that. I was like, okay, he's a sparred with him. He kind of know him. He should be able to. And then I seen how he pivoted and moved. I was like, he should be able to beat Lomachenko. That's what I saw and gathered from it.
Well, if you believe in my pedigree scale, OG, like you say you do, 3s don't beat 5s most of the time. So I felt like he had a chance because Lomachenko was coming off the layoff and shit. But on the Champ Ross, I picked Lomachenko.
Okay.
I picked him by decision. You know what I'm saying? I'm not about to take no 3 over no 5 most of the time. And I just didn't see quite enough to where I wanted to pick him. You know what I'm saying? Or bet any money on him. I mean, I did bet a little bit of money on him just in case. But all I did was just take a little bit off of what I was winning off the fight going the distance. So I took a little bit of my winnings from that and I put it on Ortiz just in case because the odds were so wide. They had him at plus 1,700. They had bet it down to 1,600, but it went back up to 1,700. Yeah, you bet $10, you win 170.
Yeah, I feel you. Like I said, I put a little something. I put something on making sure that the fight went the distance. But I felt like the sparring for 7 weeks and Lomachenko being out for 10 months, I felt like it balanced out to me. The pedigree scale of 3 every once in a while surprises you and beats the 5. And I felt like this was a perfect time to maybe pull on the trigger a little bit because if it had to work like I thought it would, I was gonna be like, dude, what's your address? That's all I already know. And I was just gonna surprise you.
Oh, shoot me a candle.
Nah, yeah, it was gonna be a candle, but it would have been sitting on something.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was like, that's why you kept hearing me talk about that fight so much, because I was like, dude, I'm looking for something right here. Because my return was, I'm just saying, shit, I had put 50 on it because I was like, a 750 return? Yeah, come on, let's do that.
Damn, you got it down to 1,500 then. You got a bad price. If you bet 50, you supposed to win either 800 or 850.
Yeah, when I got it said 750. And I was like, let me go and lock that in. I'm already going the distance. So where I wanted that. That would have been like my little that would have been my little victory out the group. I could have been like, I stood out a little bit and made this move. Oh, I did before on a bet I hedged with you. You was like, don't do that move no more though.
Shit, they got a couple of fights coming up to give you an opportunity to make some money. That's what I was gonna say earlier too. Like, man, hey, a lot of this shit is on us as boxing fans. Like, we some weak ass boxing fans. That's just the truth of the matter. I be looking around at different channels and shit. They be making predictions about all the fights. Like they ain't tripping on Earl Spence and Crawford like that because that's not their whole world. They ain't got to jump on here and talk about that shit or talk about Shakur or talk about Haney or them niggas talking about everybody, bro. They on top of that shit. Fighters that most of us ain't never even fucking heard of, and they making videos, predictions on it. I think that's where we need to go. And that's one reason why I like Champ Ross so much. Because Champ Ross, he puts us in a position where we can learn about all the fighters. I strongly feel like we all should take advantage of that. And one reason why I done got so big on the betting is because it forces me to pay attention to all the fighters. And that's one reason why I've been inviting people like, man, let's get down, man, and bet on the fights and all that kind of shit. Because if you got money on it, you're more likely to pay attention. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like if we give our attention to all the big time fights, no matter the weight class, I know a lot of people talk about the smaller fighters, and that's what hardcore fight fans look at. But I'm talking about all the fighters, period. It could be a motherfucker at 154, but he come from Ireland or some shit. I think we need to know about the motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Like we need to expand our horizon, step our game up as boxing fans, and learn about all these motherfuckers and the women too. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to piece this shit together little by little, but I definitely feel like that's where we need to go with this shit. And if them top motherfuckers start seeing like, damn, man, all these other people, they getting a lot of support for making these big fights, maybe they'll want to make some big fights around this motherfucker. But I definitely don't want to be in a position where the top fighters as far as the mainstream shit, we just gotta have them motherfuckers. Because to keep it real, that shit be making me kind of disinterested in YouTube, to be honest with you. Because when I'm by myself, I'm reading about fighters, learning about fighters they ain't never heard of. I'm expanding my horizon. But when I get on YouTube, I'm forced to talk about shit that I don't want to talk about because that's what everybody care about. If I start talking about like even the fights that took place early this morning, if I was talking about that shit, would nobody give a fuck. Most people ain't never even heard of them people. Most people can't even tell you who fought on the damn card in Japan. And they supposed to be hardcore boxing fans. Most people consider themselves hardcore boxing fan, but they really D-level. And I'm just keeping it real. I'm just now getting to the spot where I might be C or B level. And if a motherfucker below me, he can't be nothing but a D or F. You know what I'm saying? So we need to step our game up as boxing fans around this motherfucker.
Yeah, Hyphy came in and talked
Amen,
about
brother.
it.
Hey, I
Hyphy came
salute
in and,
that.
talked
100%.
about it and let me know about the Japan fights that went on. He gave a good little account on it.
Man, me and Trey, we damn near had to hold each other accountable as far as to set your goddamn alarm clocks to make sure we watch that motherfucker this morning.
But I had to work. I ain't had time for that shit. But I did find it online though.
Yeah, but you be knowing about the motherfucker. I ain't really even talking about a person like you because you know all the women. Even if you didn't know the people that fight on the damn card, you got a one.
Girls.
Yeah, you know all the women. He got one up on down there everybody just off that. You know what I'm saying? So we all just need to step our game up on that shit, man. The women giving us good fights. The fighters in the small weight classes giving us good fights. And I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't on the big the small fighters for a long time. It was this guy, Sean Newton, he made a diss video about me because I didn't know all the bantamweight fighters and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm seeing like little at a time, I'm learning. They got a fighter down there that's one of my favorite fighters. That's Bam Rodriguez, and he the person that really just made me start paying attention. You know what I'm saying? Like what he got going on and the people that's around it. People like Hyphy be talking about Junto Nakatani. I ain't know nothing about the motherfucker, but I go check him out. You know what I'm saying? Like we need to support all that shit, man. It's for our business.
Yeah, that's how you make them quit making videos about you too, cause you fuck around and improve. Now they ain't got shit to say. So
Oh, I smashed him on that Channel Ross so bad. He better not even think about saying nothing about me. That man ain't beat me one season, even when I'm struggling. He ain't got himself shit on the Channel Ross. You know what I'm saying? He damn sure ain't won no championship, nigga. Or even place. That motherfucker ain't never even medaled on the Channel Ross.
Hey, yeah, I want to say something about that because I was thinking about that shit earlier today. Like when I came back to this YouTube boxing shit, maybe like end of 2017. You see, I thought all these motherfuckers was hardcore boxing fans because it's a whole bunch of people that sit up on YouTube all day just talking boxing. So niggas is like boxing nerds to me. But after a couple years, I realized they're not hardcore boxing fans. They just obsessed with boxing. But that don't mean that they dive deep into this shit.
Some of them just obsessed with boxers, Hyphy.
Yeah.
Certain boxers.
Bro, some of them need a restraining order put on them for how much obsession they got on certain fighters.
Yeah, it made me think about that movie with Wesley Snipes, The Fan.
The Fan.
Yeah, but hey, these boxers better be careful.
I'm trying to think of what's his name? The crazy dude.
Robert De Niro.
De Niro. Yeah, that was a hell of a movie.
Bobby!
Yeah, it was a hell of a movie. Y'all trying to tell me that there's people out there fanboying behind boxers like that? Impossible.
Man, you see him on YouTube.
Bro, they be on like 12, 13 hours a day talking about the same fighter.
And the shit is, and what's so cold is that YouTube is actually declining. Like when I first started doing YouTube. This motherfucker Ty Legacy asked me to do one with him, and then he had introduced me to some other motherfuckers, and I started doing live streams with him, and all we talked about was boxing. It wasn't just super hardcore. We talking about mainly the big fights that's taking place, but that's what our whole speech was talking about. And then when me and Marlo started doing YouTube, we had fights to look forward to that had us talking shit like Josh Taylor versus Regis Prograis. We had fights like that coming up that kept everybody excited and shit, but our focus was on a fight. And now it seems like it just a decline from that. And part of the reason is we don't have that type of fights like very regularly. Like right now, what's the fight that y'all looking forward to? I know Hyphy gonna talk about Chocolatito and Estrada, but beyond that, what fights are y'all looking forward to that's on the docket right now?
Shit, Trey, that was the fight I was looking forward to.
Well, I know that's the low hanging fruit right now, but besides that, like we would have several fights that we had to look forward to. You know what I'm saying? What fights are y'all looking forward to? We got Bivol and Zurdo Ramirez. That's pretty interesting. You know what I'm saying? But I don't see a lot of fights on that damn schedule that I'm just moved by. You know what I'm saying?
It's one women's fight. That's gonna be a cold one.
Chantel Cameron.
It's actually two of them. It's and Natasha Jonas versus Marie DeCare gonna be a good one.
See, that's like a hardcore fight. Like you can always find them. You know what I'm saying? Like hell, it was supposed to be a fight this past weekend. K.M. Jarko versus Peter Dobson. It got canceled, but I was excited to see that shit. You know what I'm saying? But it's always gonna be them little old fights like that. But there ain't nothing that's like moving the needle though. Like everybody just looking forward to seeing the shit.
Oh, you mean like
I'm excited to
big
see.
fights is coming up?
I'm excited to see Charlo and Sue. I'm excited for that fight.
That's in January, ain't it?
Yeah, that's right around the corner now. Finally.
Yeah, I've been kind of waiting for that fight for a minute. I'm excited to see the dude defend all the belts. I'm just in love with that expectation of boxing, to see the champ, the one champ that everybody recognizes the champ, stand there and be like, dude, now I'm taking on all comers. I've been waiting for this for so long. And I'm glad that nobody messed it up or did anything to screw it up. So far, so good. Knock on wood. I am excited to see that fight. The girls had already gave me like the goosebumps with doing what they did. You know, everything, all the stuff that happened bad. This like my rose, my chocolate rose, my whatever you want it to be to make it be like. This is it. To see Charlo and Sue fight, it's the opponent that's there for him. He got all the belts, and he finna defend his undisputed. That man, I can't wait for that to happen.
Even that still though, I mean, most people picking Charlo. It ain't like it's a evenly split fight where half the people picking one and the other half picking the other fighter. That everybody picking Charlo. I have not heard maybe one person. I might have heard one person that said they picking Zoo. Most of the people they picking Charlo to win the fight.
Yeah, they're getting beat up.
I didn't look at it. I didn't look at it on the aspect of picking. I'm just looking at it as the aspect of the dude that I like at 154. He in a position that I always like to see. That's like it's the Super Bowl for the 154 for me.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying though. He can have that against any fighter. It don't take Zoo to make that what you talking about. Just him having all the belts, taking on all comers, gives you what you want. It has nothing to do with his opponent.
Right.
He can be fighting anybody. That's what I'm saying. That's the difference. I'm talking about a good fight where it's a good fight on both sides. We don't know who gonna win. 50-50.
Man,
When the
I really
last
don't
time
like
we
how
said
you
50-50?
downplaying. I don't like how you downplaying Fury versus Chisora, man.
Come on, bro. Get off the gas on that shit, man. He capping on that, man. He capping on that.
Hey, y'all don't think the Prograis fight, you know what I'm saying, is a good fight?
Oh, that's one.
Oh, yeah,
That's
that
one.
is one. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
And I mean, I might be in a minority, but I don't think Teofimo versus Pedrosa is a one-way traffic. I think that might be a good fight. You know, it's gonna be an exciting fight. Could be.
Pedraza don't have the power. That's why they put him off in there with Teofimo.
Yeah, I
You know what I'm saying?
understand that.
And then Prograde versus old boy. Old boy got 15 amateur fights. Hell, he a damn 1 on the pedigree scale. A 0.5 on the pedigree scale. I can't not think about that shit. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. They got Prograde's a 3-1 favorite over that dude. You know what I'm saying? So it seems like most of the thinking is that Prograde gonna win. Do y'all feel like it's 50-50?
I think it's about 46.
I was about to go there with D-Lo on that. I think it's more like 65-35 for me.
Well, that is one of the best fights that's on the docket. I ain't gonna take that away from the fight. I am looking forward to it. You know what I'm saying? I still would say that's more like us hardcore fight fans and looking forward to that kind of shit. I like them fights. We get a little bit of star power, man. Like I say, I'm losing interest in the mainstream fights, but I can't take away from the fact that they bring a lot of energy. You know what I'm saying? I do a live stream. I'm calling the fight, nigga. I might get a couple of thousand views on that bitch. I go call this other shit, nigga. We're gonna get 400 views on that motherfucker. I'm in that whole sweating like a motherfucker. 400 views. You know?
Hey, so you got the same output regardless, huh?
Oh yeah, I'm always gonna give it my
That's
best
it.
shot. Yeah, no matter what. But you know, get more bang for your buck when you got a Deontay Wilder versus Tyson Fury type fight.
Yes, sir.
Would y'all watch a fourth fight with them?
Yeah,
I don't have an
I'll
issue
watch
with it, but I like to see. I mean, I wouldn't want to see it next. I mean, it depends on how things play out for both guys.
I mean, I would
have a
I
couple
would-
of more fights.
I
Hey,
would
man.
I would watch it just because I know that they both going to bring it, and it's always going to be entertaining with them two in the ring.
I just want to see the build up, like between the fans going back and forth at it, all the conspiracy and shit.
Yeah, I don't care for that shit.
I think it'll be a different thing because the Fury fans got something to hold over Wilder fans, and that's the thing that we beat you. It's in the books. We beat you twice. They got that they could really hold over the Wilder fans' heads. It don't even make sense to bring up the costume of being way too much or anything. What? Twice. It was twice. Please don't.
I'm actually more. I done seen that
I
like
beat
a
him
few
3
times.
times.
I ain't got. If they had that fight, I'll watch it, but it ain't nothing that I'm clamoring for. I'm more interested in Jermaine Franklin versus Lillian White. I think. Go ahead.
No. I just thought about something.
I think that got potential to be a good fight. They got Dillian White is a huge favorite. He like a 12-1 favorite over Jermaine Franklin. Well, Jermaine Franklin is a smaller heavyweight, so that might be warranted. You know what I'm saying? They got a good fight that's coming up this weekend. Zelfa Barrett versus Shavkat Rakhimov, the dude that had went the distance with JoJo Diaz and shit at 130. That's gonna be a good fight. Rakhimov coming off a long layoff, but he is the more decorated amateur. Fought in the AIBA World Championships. He come from Tajikistan or some shit like that. National champion like 4 times over there. Zelfa Barrett is a very skilled boxer. He only got 30 amateur fights, but he looked like he more seasoned than that. Like he got good skills. He can box on the outside real good. I like that he throw all the punches. Rakhimov mainly throw straight punches and work his left hand. Barrett got a left hook and shit that he can throw. You know what I'm saying? So that's gonna be this weekend. That's an interesting fight. Plus, we got another one, Fabio Wardley. He gonna be fighting against Nathan Gorman. That's Tyson Fury and them cousin. You know what I'm saying? They got Fabio Wardley as a pretty nice favorite over this guy. He only got 4 amateur fights. Nathan Gorman only got 12, but he won some shit though. When he was a youngster, them schoolboy tournaments and shit they be having over there in the UK. But I just think his style is a little bit more polished than Fabio Wardley. So I think he gonna come and fuck around and upset that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that
I got
damn
a confession.
Rakhimov, he managed by Aegis Clemens.
Oh, that's the one that was over Kovalev, man.
Yeah, Lomachenko. Every time I see somebody managed by him, I want to see the fight. That motherfucker, everybody who managed by him come to fight.
So he got a good stable
Yeah.
of clients. I gotta admit, I took a peek at Joe Joyce and Joseph Parker fight again, and I don't know if I think it might have been social scientists that said he kind of reminded him of this era of George Foreman.
No, that was
That
me.
was Tracy.
That was you, yeah. So looking at him, I'm like, dang, this he does. He looking at the way he moved, the way he threw his punches, he's not real fast at all. I'm like, dang, it looked like he's slow, but it's fast enough that when he hits you, it looked like his licks affect you.
His timing. He's got good timing, excellent timing.
And he got pretty decent, and he got good foot movement. You know, his big ass moving around, cutting off that ring pretty smooth. Like, you know, it's just all smooth the way he do it. And it reminded me of George Foreman. I'm like, dude, this dude, he do look like George, but and he's strong.
Yeah.
Parker just, I don't know. That dude was doing it. I like it. I'm like, okay, he passed the test. I test all the way, but yeah, shit. I still thought Parker was gonna beat him, but motherfucker.
Yeah, they say Joe Joyce got some uncommon bone density too.
They said that shit about Marvin Hagler.
Around his head.
Yeah, that stuff be true, man. Even this one MMA fighter, his name is Romero. He's from Brazil. Like, there's an injury that one of the doctors said that he sustained that it usually takes about a longer period of time to heal, but because of the way his bone density is, it actually prevented him from having that injury like a normal person would normally get.
Oh, that's something to know. Do you? I gotta ask this because you know I didn't get a chance to ask anybody. Anybody? Jake Paul beat? Is I saying it right? Jake
Yeah.
Paul. Jake Paul beat Anderson Silva for real?
Yeah.
Like legitimately?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
How
I
old is
ain't watched
Anderson
it.
Silva?
47, ain't
Yeah, he's up there.
it? Yeah, I think he's
It
47.
was a competitive fight. I mean, it was pretty close until the knockdown happened. You know, it was a pretty close fight. But yeah, Jake is the MMA slayer.
So he didn't knock him out. He just knocked him down.
Yeah, some people say the punch didn't land, but then when you watch it at a different angle, you could clearly see he landed a counter right hand that caught Silva and
Oh,
He
dropped him.
actually landed a 1-2.
Oh, you saw it, social?
Yeah, he landed a 1-2, hit him with a left and a right.
Uh,
The right dropped him. Because he went to the body with the left, and he came up and jabbed him with the left, and then he hit him with a right and dropped him.
okay, that right seemed to be his punch. I just wanted to know if San. I don't know. I guess I have to go and try to watch it.
Yeah, he's doing
Yeah,
a good
nice
job
combination.
lining up fight. He's doing a good job lining up the next fight because him and Diaz got into it, the security and everything. You know how the Diaz boys they
They
know how to
always
build
got
up a
stuff
fight.
going on.
Hey,
They know how
OG.
to.
Yeah.
My bad for interrupting. But I see Napoleon down there in gray, man. Ain't no way in hell he needs to be in gray. That's a motherfucking VIP in our neck of the woods. He got to be in blue.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it's been like that for weeks.
Yeah,
That
Anderson Silva is
motherfucking blue.
47.
Yeah, I knew it was something like that.
Let me pull it up real quick so I can go and take care of it.
It don't matter if he won legitimately or not. I'm not picking against a man that's promoting the damn event. That's his shit. Why the hell would anybody pick against Jake Paul? I don't understand that, man. The man is the promoter.
I feel he take a page out of WrestleMania. I'm not losing on my own stuff.
Would y'all
It's
bet
all
against? Yeah, would y'all bet against Don King in his own event?
Nah. Well, I'm gonna be honest. I didn't bet against him. I just wanted to know what happened. I didn't put no money up on that.
No, I ain't
Nah,
say
he
you did.
won.
Some people did though.
I know. I was just letting it be known. I wasn't part of I wasn't part of that group of people to think like that. Nah.
Yeah, he won by decision. It was an entertaining fight. Silva was pressing, coming forward, trying to push the fight to him, was landing some good shots, But yeah, Jake showed improvement, man. And at the same time, a lot of these guys is getting extra paychecks that they wouldn't get. So I commend them. They making their money and they entertaining the fans because these ain't boring fights. He fighting.
I had saw on Boxing Scene that Anderson Silva say he felt like he lost the fight.
Mhm.
I ain't see it, but that's all I needed to know. He felt like he lost.
Well, I guess that's what
Looked
it
like he
is.
did too.
I did see the punch that knocked him down, but it was some people saying that they felt like Anderson Silva was doing well.
Yeah, he put up an entertaining fight. Like I said, it was competitive the whole fight. There's some rounds that you could have easily could have been even rounds, and there's rounds you could gave Silva, and there rounds you could have gave Jake. Every round was competitive for the most part. I mean, people got their money's worth, watching them two fight. So it wasn't a boring fight by no means. And that's the one thing that's doing him justice. The fights he has been in is either he's been knocking guys out or they've been entertaining. So it's going to continue to produce more fights down the line. With this Diaz, they already got a built-in fight with the Diaz boys. I mean, that's going to sell itself right there, just based upon all the bad blood from and the security going. Diaz going after security, his security and stuff like that. So I mean, all that stuff is going to help build the next fight for him.
Yeah. Okay, Napoleon Armstrong, I got you blued up. My bad. Didn't recognize that wasn't even a thing. But he should be all good now. Next time he speak, we should see it in blue. I was just curious. I still say that Jake Paul is a hell of a promoter, and he brought a lot of attention to the women. He got them paid some good paper. I still say I hope Clarissa Shields could see past it because he could help get her some big paper. But she don't like that dude. She don't like it.
Well, they got into it on Twitter, so
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She don't like it. But maybe if she calms down and let herself see it the way she needs to see it, it'd be like it could be a good business move. Not only will it get your fight put into a lot of eyes because he gonna bring some eyes to the fights. But
she hard headed like Bud, man. You know how it is. That's why she great.
Yeah, but at the same time, though, look at what they doing over there on the zone. They got her direct opposition with Katie Taylor. Soon as Clarissa Shields won that big fight against Savannah Marshall, the zone went on a campaign pushing out Katie Taylor is the best of all time, the greatest woman fighter and all that kind of shit. They started showing different replays and just dropping videos and shit. So they let me know that they paying attention and that was their reaction. So Carissa and the zone they kind of like in direct opposition when it comes to the best women fighter.
Yeah.
we know who it is though. It's the GWOAT.
I don't think it's just a landslide though. I think that it's real close
Between her and Katie?
Yeah, because if you factor in the amateurs, you know what I'm saying? Katie Taylor, man, that was a badass woman in the amateurs. You look at a bunch of these women and look at their records and see how far they went. And when they got knocked out, who knocked them out? That would be Katie Taylor, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like Chantel Cameron and a few of these motherfuckers, man. Not even a few of them, a lot of them. And the same thing could be said about Carissa, too. Carissa, she was a monster, but Katie Taylor got a whole bunch of gold medals over there, man. And then she did
Yeah.
her thing in the pro.
Yeah, and also if you like one of them people who pay attention to belts and how they won the belts and shit, like Clarissa won a lot of vacant belts and Katie Taylor took a lot of hers off champions. So, there's that too.
Touche.
Yes.
That does speak heavily to me.
Some people talk about the eye test and stuff, and they say that Katie Taylor, like if you look at her in the ring, she don't look like a very good fighter. I think Hyphy done said that shit a few times, but I really kind of disagree. Like if you look at the younger version of Katie Taylor, I think that she was a motherfucker, especially when it comes to her legs, the way she just gliding around the ring like she driving a fucking car or something. Like I compare her to Roger Federer when he was in his prime, the way he be gliding around that tennis court. Carissa don't move like that. I mean, she got her style and she do what she do, but she kind of heavy foot, flat foot, not maybe flat, well, kind of flat foot a little bit. But compared to Katie Taylor, it ain't even no comparison when you look at the legs.
Yeah, I give Taylor the edge on the athleticism. I think she displayed that. That athleticism is what at the end of those last few rounds of the fight is what won her the fight for me because she needed them legs to get away from Serrano.
Right.
I was gonna look to that fight as well and say in that fight against Serrano, I know a lot of people said that a lot of people was giving Serrano a lot of credit, but I think they didn't give Katie credit for the way she was slipping punches and dodging punches and placing her punches well up on Serrano. She kind of was leading Serrano into traps. I gained a lot of she gained a lot of respect from me, Katie Taylor, that is, watching her fight that fight because I actually saw her winning that fight. You know, she looking at it, going back and looking at it. Yeah, she was doing some things. She got good defense, good foot movement. Like I said, she was placing the punches where she was using the ring well. Yes, Katie Taylor, that girl could fight. She could fight. I don't know if I would pick her to be Clarissa, but she could fight.
They ain't nowhere in the same weight class. Hey, I saw a picture with Clarissa Franchon Cruz, Amanda Serrano, and Alicia Baumgartner. And Baumgartner is a lot bigger than Serrano. She'll beat the shit out of Serrano. I said that because LeCain had asked about that fight not that long ago. I think she'll whoop her ass.
Yeah, I think Serrano's too little.
Yeah,
I saw that same picture too. I saw that same picture.
Yeah.
I like that picture. That's a hot picture. Not hot like hot, but you know, the greatest women fighters in the world.
There's a bunch of championship belts on that picture.
Yeah, a bunch. And what's her name? From Miss Franchon Cruz,
Yeah.
Undisputed. Clarissa, Undisputed. Who was next? Serrano. Does Serrano got her belt still?
She just won back some belts recently.
Okay.
Well, I think she kept her belt when she moved up to fight Taylor. She was able to keep her belt and went back down and defend it.
Okay. But Taylor dotted her up. Taylor could fight, man. She's a good fighter. I like her. She earned my liking when she beat up Serrano.
Only problem with her is when she talk, man. Like, it's better that she just don't say nothing. Like, she is the most aggravating person to listen to talk. I can't understand what the fuck she's saying. It sounds like she whispering and shit. I can't stand when that woman talk, man.
Who, Katie Taylor?
Yeah, you can't.
I don't even know that I ever paid attention to how she talk. I must not have heard her talk before.
Well, I'm gonna go to the bay and yeah, and then I think she's a great fighter. And like, what the fuck did you just say?
Clarissa said she couldn't understand what's her name? What's the girl name?
Marshall.
Yeah, she said she couldn't understand what she was saying most of the time.
But Marshall in a whole nother category when it comes to Katie Taylor. Katie Taylor might be the worst talker in boxing.
Wow.
Her voice is weird though. It sounds like she a man trying to sound like a woman or something.
Oh, that's terrible. But I like the way Marshall talk. I was intrigued. I just like hearing her talk, especially when she was aggravating Clarissa.
Yeah, I'm cool with Marshall, but not Taylor. Man,
that card is gonna be burned into my head forever. Those 4 women are gonna be burned in my. I just love the way they just. I just love that card.
Yeah, but you might have one. Oh, my bad. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I understand Jake Paul saying his girl got robbed and they should rematch and all that stuff, but bruh, that rematch ain't gonna go well the next time around because it's gonna be worse because Taylor figured some stuff out when she made that adjustment and started using her legs and using more lateral movement in boxing. It's gonna be a lot worse the second time around. She ain't gonna allow Serrano to be able to come in on her and just land them shots like she did in the first fight. She ain't gonna be trying to trade with her like she did in the first fight.
Yeah, because I mean, if you saw like that first Pursuit fight, it's like Katie went in there that first fight and she wanted to prove that she could fight with her. But then in that second fight, she just completely outclassed that woman. So if that's any indication, then yeah, she'll come in there looking way different in the rematch.
That's what I think she did with McCaskill early on when she tried to go in there and prove something, but that motherfucker strong, so she had to fight smart in the second half of the fight. That's
Yeah, she
another
couldn't
fight.
even last the whole fight with that shit.
Hey, that's another fight that might be burned in your mind, OG. This McCaskill versus Chantel Cameron fight that's coming up. They're gonna fight like a motherfucker.
Okay.
Hey,
Okay.
I'm glad you mentioned that fight. That's a good ass fight I want to see.
Yeah, the
That's on
Kane
that.
don't talk.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that motherfucker. I can't help but think about it. Him and Hyphy talked about the shit so much.
Yeah, it's on that Zerto card, Zerto and Bivol card.
You said like a Zerto card.
Somebody gonna have a link in Discord. I'm gonna be at work, but I can at least listen.
Oh, I had left you a message too, the Kane. I looked at that Shadeja Green in the amateurs. In her biggest fight, she didn't show up.
Okay.
She was in the finals of the AIBA World Championships, and she was fighting a woman that she was clearly more talented than, but she just didn't show up, and she let the woman come and outwork her and beat her, and that woman had no business beating her in that fight. That made me kind of question, like, damn, when the lights are the brightest, can I trust you? Because it looked like when you got to the top of the mountain, you froze. There's no way you were supposed to lose to that woman. You clearly had the better skills. All that woman did was just want it more than you.
Might have been her time of the month or something.
What?
This nigga.
Yeah, ain't no telling, but I didn't like that though. I like for give your best shot. Don't leave the fight with regrets for the rest of your life. Because well, maybe she don't have regrets, but I'm pretty sure that there's been some time that she done thought like, damn, man, all I had to do was just go in there and fight my fight, and I would have beat that woman. I sat up there and waited and waited and waited and let this woman outwork me and take the gold from me.
Yeah.
It seems like that's something that any human being would think about from time to time.
Yep.
Huh. Like Savannah Marshall, because she don't seem to shine too bright when the gold is right there. She always feels short.
She said she don't care, but I took a clip from when they was doing that face-off, and they were going back and forth about that shit. And Carissa told you let your whole country down.
Yeah.
And
she looked like she was about to break down.
Bro,
hey,
that was.
I almost said a tip.
Dang.
Carissa had her in the strain with that shit there, man. Just the look on her face, you could see she felt some emotion from that shit. And the woman literally, she has Olympic tattoos on the Olympic logo tattoo on her.
Yeah, the rings.
Yeah,
the
so
rings.
Yeah, so she cares something about the shit. If you don't care, why you gonna get the tattoo for then?
That shit hurt the soul. You could tell. Like that's one of them you crying on the inside type shit.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think
the way Clarissa said it too. Like, 2012, you let your whole country down.
Yeah, she put a date stamp on it. And said it's so matter of fact, like, man, I'm gonna tell you who else I think is hurting on the inside and want another chance, and that's Michaela. Michaela Mayers. I think her and Bumgarner fighting again would be a great fight.
Yeah, I favor Mayer in the rematch.
Man, all I know is I can't wait to see them fight. Well, I hope they fight again, even though I know Bumgarner said she's going after all the belts. Baby girl, go get all the belts because I'm gonna enjoy watching you doing that. Because she, like I think I said it before. I'm gonna say it again. Just watching her fight, she looks good throwing her punches and blocking and getting in and out. She just looks like a fighter to me. But Kayla Mayer looks like a fighter. It's just on a different level. I just love that card, man. I can't get over it. They fought. And I want to see him fight some more. I really want to see. I'm really tripping, and I would not mind seeing these girls fight again.
I
So
want to see
Trey,
that. Oh, go ahead.
do you feel like Mayer got more skills to bring to the table that she didn't display in the first fight? Why are you picking her in the rematch?
I felt like Mayer won the first time. I thought she won 5-4-1, and from my experience looking at rematches, the person that should have won the first time usually wins the second time. We just had one of those this past weekend with that Donnie Nietes fight. They had fought a little while back, and they ruled it a draw, but the other guy really won. I can't remember his fucking name. I picked him on the Champ Ross, though. And he came back and won the rematch. I done seen that shit time and time again. And plus, I kind of feel like I know what Baumgartner gonna do. Like I knew what she was gonna do in that fight. She fights pretty much the same way just about every time I see a fight. And like I said, I felt like Mayer found some success in the second half of that fight. So if it's like, let's say Tyson Fury versus Deontay Wilder, where you could say that the rematch was a continuation of the 12th round where Fury came and brought pressure to him and was having success. I think that the rematch can be a continuation of the second half of the fight, the first fight. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Yeah, I feel that.
you feel it, Kane? I just want to see him fight again. And I'm not. Hey, I'm gonna be one of the first to say it. I was leaning toward Michaela to beat Baumgartner in the first fight.
Yeah,
Baumgartner
I was actually
surprised me.
surprised at how well Baumgartner did in that fight.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was leaning for Michaela to beat her in the first fight, but Baumgartner showed me she overcame the attitude and everything like that. And she went out there to prove something. She proved it.
I want to see that Mary Spencer chick fight. I saw that she got a fight coming up. It's not gonna be with Terry Harper like one time was thinking. It's gonna be against somebody else.
Man,
But
I
I'm
can't wait.
interested in her. Yeah, because she was fighting Carissa in the amateur. She lost, of course, but she did beat Franchon Cruz and she beat Savannah Marshall. I want to see what she gonna do in the big fights, even though she a little older, 37.
Have you seen her fight
Dang.
yet in the pro?
I saw I saw a fight in the pro a little bit. She brought some power.
Yeah.
Yeah, she can punch a little bit.
Hey, 37 though. We're not
It's a
gonna get
few women.
to enjoy it that long.
Yeah.
Hey, this is a great time for women's boxing, man. There's so many colorful females with real skills that we could talk about for hours compared to how it used to be. Like we actually got a good crop of female fighters that we can actually talk about their skill set, and it's fun and interesting to break it down. You know what I'm saying? Like
It's the
I can't remember no time where it was like it's been like this.
I call it the golden age of women boxing because I never gave a fuck about it. I ain't gonna even lie. But like this past weekend, we had this fight with Eli Scottney, and she fought this woman named Mary Romero. Hell, that was an interesting fight. I thought that Scottney showed some good skills in that fight when she brought that pressure and started stepping to her and slipping shots and countering and hitting her with clean shots. She ain't got no knockouts, but them punches looked like they was landing hard. And then like they got this Olympian named Karis Ehrenstall. I think she a southpaw. She was a pretty good fighter that I had seen a few weeks ago. I don't think she got no knockouts either, but she maybe one knockout. I don't think she got none though. But she dropped the chick like twice in the fight, so she can punch. She just ain't got enough time to get her out of there. But she got some good skills though. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of these women got good skills. I always say my favorite is the one that got beat by Sinisa Estrada. What's her name?
Marlon Esparza.
Now, yeah, that's my
Smart.
favorite one, bro. Square business.
Hey,
I,
like, hey, man. One of the big my most anticipated women's fight in boxing is Marlon Esparza versus Celeste Alanis. Celeste Alanis, she from Argentina, but if she gets you hurt, she'll go Sugar Ray Leonard on your ass. I ain't never seen a woman fight like that when they get somebody hurt. Like the way she throw punches, that shit is crazy. Like the
what
hand speed,
was her
man.
She
name?
thought
Celeste Alanis. She is crazy with the shit. She got one of the titles. If you go on Box Rec and look at the women, you'll see her name. She from Argentina, but man, if them two fight, man, that's gonna be a good ass fight. She be knocking bitches out too.
Hey, she keeping a tradition from the men's side, and them Argentinian fighters ain't nothing to play with.
Yeah,
That Sinisa Estrada ain't nothing to play with either. I done looked at a few women and like they'll have one knockout on their record and it be that damn Estrada. That woman there is a monster.
yeah, Sunisa
Yeah, she a goddamn beast, nigga. I'm talking about she
super
come with
fast.
a whole bunch of aggression, my nigga, in that ring. Like she come at women like I don't normally see women came at. You know what I'm saying? And that's why she be the one knockout on their damn record.
Yeah.
she
You
bringing
know,
that
she got
heat.
the. I think she got the quickest knockout in boxing history, or at least women's boxing history.
That don't surprise me at all. That's a bad woman right there. You know what I'm saying?
She
I just
knocked
like
that woman out.
Esparza because Esparza remind me of a female. This gonna sound crazy, but she just kind of remind me of a female James Tony in the sense that she can kind of slow down shit and like she sees shit and she's able to counter. I like her timing on her punches and shit. You know what I'm saying? They said that she had a baby, and that took away from her as a fighter. You know what I'm saying? But if she never would have had a child, who knows? She might have beat Estrada or if she fought the woman after she had a baby, assuming that. Well, I'm just saying she might be looked at a little bit differently. You know what I'm saying? I think she got some probably the best skills that I've seen after women.
I wanted to ask the Kane what his opinion of Caroline DeBois is.
Um, she. I mean, when I saw her fight, I saw just mostly athleticism. She got a nice jab, but I guess I got to see her in some more challenging fights to see what she got.
You
I
want
don't
to
like the
see?
way
She
she
she gonna
posts
be,
up.
yeah. Go
I
Say
don't.
ahead,
again.
elaborate.
She hold her hands like she driving a motorcycle.
Oh,
Like
okay.
like she got her hands on the handlebars. Not the what you call this shit on the is it the
A
handlebars
chopper,
on
like she
yeah.
holding a chopper.
Yeah, some shit like I can't explain it, but like the way she hold her hands, they be kind of spread out, and then she have her fist pointing forward. It just look weird as fuck to me, but she is very aggressive and she goes to the body and shit in a way that I ain't seen too many women. You know what I'm saying? That's probably one reason why she gets so many knockouts. But I did see her last fight. I think she fought a southpaw in the last fight. And I think she might have still got the knockout. Matter of fact, I think she did.
Yeah, she was
Uh,
on the
She was
Clarissa
on that
Shield them
Cletus
card.
yeah.
okay, but
She was
yeah,
on the undercard.
she aggressive. I'm just not sure about her stance yet. She kind of remind me of Kubert Pula the way he hold his stance sometimes, like he have his hands spread kind of wide. I just want to know what's gonna happen if she get in there with somebody that can throw them the straight right hand straight down the pike on her ass. Is she gonna be able to stay away from that motherfucker?
Yeah, she just look like she's still learning to me.
You got the amateur background and shit though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey,
I want. Go ahead.
oh yeah, just like regarding her, what surprised me the most about her is her athleticism, like her movement. She is like she fight like she like an American fighter, cause most of them fucking Brits, them niggas got that stiff ass movement and shit. But she one of the few Brits that I've seen that like she really moved like an American.
She real fluent with it.
Yeah, like
Well, she does
compared to like
idolize Clarissa
yeah.
Shields.
That's a good girl to look up to if you in boxing. I wouldn't take that away from her at all. Good job. But yeah, I feel you on that, Hyphy. She is real fluent with the way she moved. I like the way she moved in the ring too. When I saw shadow boxing, that's what really pulled my attention to her fully. I saw shadow boxing, and I confused her for somebody else. And once the camera zeroed in on, I was like, "Oh, wait a minute, this is new." But yeah, I'm interested in seeing how she goes. I'm hoping that they let her come over here and do a lot of more fighting. But it doesn't even matter. I'll follow the girls over to the UK to watch them fight. I really would. That they've earned that from me because heck, we talking about a fight that happened already past and how good they handled up over all the fights with the men. I can't think of more, even the knockout that Wilder earned. I'm still talking about the girls more than I'm talking about him, even though he knocked the dude out in one round.
And then, like, I like the women too, because they give you the opportunity to make money. Like, they some of the easiest fights to bet on that you'll come across, because it be so lopsided with the amateur background. Most of the time, you're gonna see one that got a deep amateur background, and the other one ain't got none at all. Most of the time, they ain't got no bunch of knockouts, so you know it's gonna go the distance most of the time. They only got 2-minute rounds and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you know what to look for, man, you can go a long time without getting a women's fight wrong. The last fight I got wrong for the women was Almee Barra versus Jessica McCaskill, because that was a knockout in that fight. But that's the last time I done got one wrong as far as the betting and shit.
Yeah.
And then look at the odds. Nigga, they had one fight. I thought it was a sucker bet. I ain't even take the bet because I thought it was a trap. But they had a woman, I can't remember her fucking name, but she didn't have no knockouts at all. And so you would assume that she gonna win by decision. They had that shit as the underdog. They had it at plus 175. If you win 100, if you bet 100, you win 175 if this woman wins by decision. So I'm like, damn, what? It must be something going on that I don't see. Maybe they know about an injury or something like that that I'm not seeing. So I said, oh, I told MZ about, I told Yasa about it. I said, man, we're gonna just see what's gonna go on. We're gonna hold up on this and see if this is a sucker bet or not. And sure enough, the fight go the distance. Would have won the fight, no problem. To me, that's a situation when I be saying, nigga, they try to give away money when it come to betting on boxing. You take a person that ain't got no knockouts, she an Olympian, you know she gonna win the fight, and you know she gonna win by decision, and they paying you 175 if you bet 100. Nigga, there ain't nothing else in the world that's easier than that. You can't make money off that, bro. You don't need to gamble. Even though we didn't make no money off of it, because I wanted to see first, because I ain't want to be no sucker. But it done been a lot of situations that's like that, man. That shit is just, it's crazy. That shit easy. Like last week we went 5-1. We were literally one round away from having a perfect day. We got messed up when Robert C. Ramirez got a late knockout. He got a knockout in the 9th round. It was a 10-round fight. If that fight would have went the distance, we would have went 6-0. And that fight right there was plus 160. We would have destroyed the motherfucker, but we still had a good day anyway.
Yeah, we still had a good day because I literally took every bet that came across the screen. I was like, oh, because when football came, and I kind of figured out the point thing that you was telling me. I was like, oh, okay, I get it. I just started rolling through them. Give me that. Give me that. Even some of the ones that you was like, well, let me think about this one real quick. And I'm like, this ain't the time for you to be thinking. This is the time for us to be just rolling through it. I want to roll right now.
I ain't gonna do that on the football. Though on the football, I'm pretty much just gonna send you the list and just tell you need the bottom points. But on the boxing, I might tell you, hold up, let me think about it. Yeah. Like that damn Dillian White fight that's coming up, man. What y'all think about that fight, Dillian White versus Jermaine Franklin?
You say, I don't know, Dillian. I don't really follow him, but I know he big, and I know if the dude's smaller than him, he could like bear him a little bit. It's not gonna be nothing like Fury and Dillian. I don't think that was a fair fight for Dillian at all. He wasn't long enough to get in there with Fury like that. But Dillian got kind of long arms. I don't know. I don't know. When you said hold up on it, it kind of threw me in. It threw my curve off. But I realized I did pull off of it because I'm like, I gotta wait to see what you come up with. Because I don't mess with Dillian like that.
I think Jermaine Franklin might get stopped, man.
Well, I know we got one guy with 6 amateur fights going against a national Golden Gloves champion. Man
That's
is
insane.
undefeated. He got a few good wins too. Like he got a win over Jared Forrest. Jared Forrest ain't no easy fight for anybody.
A
He
split
got,
decision.
but it's still, a win is a win.
I
He beat
guess.
the motherfucker. I mean, Dillian White, the one fight about Dillian White that scares me in the pick is that guy that he beat. That's the what's that shit they got in heavyweight when you weigh 224, the Bridgerweight champion. What's his name?
Uh,
The guy that comes straight to you. He don't move his head or nothing.
Oscar
But
Rivas.
yeah, that's the fight that worries me because I like the way Dillian White fought that guy. He was a smaller type heavyweight, as you can see, he a damn Bridgerweight now, and I thought that was one of Dillian White's best performances. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's a chance he might have that type of performance against Jermaine Franklin. But it's just intriguing to me because they paying 6.5 to 1 odds on Jermaine Franklin. And I know he coming in with a deep amateur background. Off the top. I just missed out on the bet listening to One Time Hands. This fight this week, La Bamba. Jonathan Gonzalez fighting against Shokichi Iwata over there in Japan. I got a fucking 5 on the pedigree scale. A man that done won gold at the Youth ARBA World Championships and the Central American and Caribbean Games. And he going over here fighting a man that's 52-19. And he got some decent little wins, like he beat the Kosi Tanaka guy and shit like that. But hey, man, I got a 5, and they got him as the underdog. I'm listening to one time say, man, he gonna get stopped. And I know that it was in Japan, so it's in the guy's backyard. His promoter was promoting the fight. So I got to thinking like, damn, well, maybe he right. Because he was saying they paying a bunch of money for this dude to go over here. So, they want him to go over there and lose. So I was like, yeah, he might be right, man. I probably don't want to put my money out there in harm's way like that. Man, La Bamba went out there and boxed that motherfucker in the second half of the fight. Nigga, I'm off here cracking a bit. Put them hands on the La Bamba, hit him with the lead left hand, come back with the hook, then walk off on his ass. Put that footwork on that motherfucker from the southpaw stance, had that boy looking kind of confused in the second half of the fight. And he stepped to him and brought hard shots to him too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Looking like a 5.
So what I'm getting is that Dillian gonna win. The consensus is Dillian gonna win the fight.
No, ain't no consensus. What I'm saying is, I doubted the amateur background shit today, and it cost me money. If I don't take Jermaine Franklin, I'm passing up on a 3.5 over a fucking 0.5. And that's what I'm saying, nigga. I'm not saying there's no consensus that I think Dillian White gonna win. He coming off a knockout loss. Like, where the fuck is he in his career? I'm just saying, like he's some kind of wrecking machine or something. He got a damn 3.5 coming to town. A dude that had action that going to the Olympics.
I was just curious, I was just curious.
That man got wins over several top ranking amateurs and shit like Cam F. Awesome and a few motherfuckers. Even though he ain't just the biggest, but he was fighting at heavyweight for a long time in the amateurs. You know what I'm saying? He like a small type heavyweight though. But yeah, we got a 3.5 coming to town going against a 0.5, and they got the 3.5 as a 6.5 to 1 underdog. That most definitely is gonna catch my attention.
And the Kane, you feel like he gonna get knocked out?
I said he could. I mean, I don't think he gonna win, but I've been wrong before.
I'm just curious. I'm just trying to pick your brain and see why you might think he might not win.
Well, when you're getting 6.5 to 1 odds, you got a lot of wiggle room. Like you can literally be wrong 5 times or some shit and still be profitable in the long term. You're getting 6.5 to 1 odds.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Them opportunities don't come along a lot, man. It'll been some times I passed up on it. Like that David Jimenez from Costa Rica when he fought against David Sandoval. That was one of my biggest blunders. I got this dude with the deep amateur background, and the only reason that I didn't pick him is because they were fighting in California, which it was Sandoval's backyard. If you bet 100, on this on Jimenez, you win $2,200. And I passed up on that bet because they fighting in California. I'm going against my damn amateur shit. It was another fight. Mark Heffron. Mark Heffron, when he fought against that dude that had beat Willie Hutchinson. He upset Willie Hutchinson. I can't think of his name. He was 19-1. His only loss that came to LaRon Richards. Fuck, I can't think what his name is. But Mark Heffron, they got him as the underdog in the fight. He the one with the amateur background and shit. The other dude literally has no amateur background. They got him as the favorite, and he was coming off a year layoff. And I ain't take the goddamn bet. I didn't going against the amateur shit. You know what I'm saying? And the reason I ain't take the bet is because the dude had got knocked out twice. He got knocked out by Denzel Bentley, and he got knocked out by I can't think of the other guy. But he got knocked out twice. So I was like, I'm gonna pass on the bet. But I didn't take a damn 3.5 over a fucking 0. And plus I got nervous because the guy beat Willie Hutchinson. Willie Hutchinson is one of the greatest amateurs to come from Ireland. I think that's the country he come from, but yeah, I think he come from Ireland. He a 5. Youth AIBA world champion, gold medalist. And this dude went out here and beat him, so that kind of scared me. Like, damn, he beating high level amateurs. Maybe he'll beat this one. But one thing I learned is just because a guy beat one high level amateur, that don't mean he gonna beat the next one. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So I first let me hit Eric R say, just make sure dude don't throw uppercuts because Dillian is a sucker for an uppercut. And just to make sure I'm hearing this correctly, this ain't no typo or nothing. In the amateur background, which one of them got the better number?
Who out of who?
Dillian and Franklin.
Franklin all day. It ain't even a comparison.
I just wanted to make sure I wasn't hearing nothing wrong because my mind is communicating with me and telling me some stuff that I should be listening to. And I'm like, okay. I just wanted to make sure that I was hearing everything correctly.
Yeah, Dillian White got 6 amateur fights. He's 6-0 with 6 knockouts.
Oh,
that's
so
what that's what his background is.
He thought he was ready because he got 6 straight in a row.
And he done improved over time in the pros. But if you really want to go look for shit in his favor, you got to look to the pros. And that's why I was looking at the damn Oscar Rivas fight. I think that might be his best win.
Is that the fight that he had, the glove situation and stuff like that?
I don't know.
Okay. Well,
he beat Parker too, right?
Who?
He beat Joseph Parker, right?
Oh yeah, that was a good one. I forgot about that one. I had picked Joseph Parker in that fight. That's a real good one right there. But that was a few years ago, though. I mean, that's why I say, where is he like right now? Like, what stage of his career? Is he in his prime, or is he on the downside? Or because if he on the slide, we might be catching him at the right time.
Right, because it's kind of hard to gauge him because his up seems so short-lived. Because the minute he was like coming in off wins, he got knocked out. Came back, avenged the knockout. Got a win again, I think. Then got knocked out again. So it's hard to say where he is. Maybe he got an average 2 knockdowns or getting knocked out before he win again. So it could be a slide down.
He got that big win over Povetkin too. That rematch win.
Yeah, that's the one that he came back from the knockout. I think that's what I was speaking on that one. He got knocked out, then he avenged that. And then I think he won again, and then he got knocked out.
Would y'all say that Povetkin is a smaller heavyweight?
Yeah, he's 6'2".
So that's an example of him getting beat by a smaller heavyweight.
Yeah.
But he can punch like a motherfucker. I just don't think Jermaine Franklin can punch like him. But there are some things that Jermaine Franklin do in the ring that I like. Especially him throwing them straight punches to the body from distance. That's one thing that I like that Tank Davis does. And I know that he'll be able to land that punch on Dillian White. I don't know, man. Just at them odds, 6.5 to 1 fucking odds. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm,
come on, man. Like, if y'all was thinking about that fight, are those the odds y'all would come up with? Minus 1,200, 12 to 1 odds for Dillian White, plus 650 for Jermaine Franklin.
Man, it could be
that's like
out with
saying
the
you
old.
just don't. You say it could be out with the old, in with the new.
Yeah, man, Dylan White 35, Franklin 29 plus. Plus Dylan White was laughing at your boy Wilder, you know, he wasn't laughing at him. He was
That ain't
talking
got
about,
nothing. That ain't got nothing to do with me right
nah,
now. I
man,
don't.
listen, man, listen,
I'm listening.
listen
I'm
to
sorry. I'm sorry.
he
Go
was
ahead.
saying he was saying Wilder was full of shit and all of this stuff because he was talking about love and all this after the fight. Now, karma might hit this man in the face because y'all never talk down on a man when he being sincere, okay? So that's one thing to consider in your build up.
This another thing. Jermaine Franklin been over there in the UK already. He over there training with Tyson Fury and some other motherfucker. And he talking about I think now he in the UK, but he is going to train with them because he was talking about it like in the future tense. And he was saying that he looking forward to all the stuff that he gonna be able to learn from them. So it's not like he ain't gonna have no quality sparring and shit. Hell, he gonna be sparring against big heavyweights and shit. I think it's Fury and Joseph Parker that he was talking about going to train with.
Okay. One that he lost to, one that he got a win over one and a loss from the other.
That Parker fight was a pretty close fight, though. I remember when we called that fight.
Yeah, he was being raggedy at the end.
White was.
Yeah, hella raggedy.
Yeah.
When he get tired, he seems to get a very sloppy, and that might play in Franklin's advantage too. And sticking some straights to the body and getting out the way. If he could use the ring to his advantage, Dillian doesn't have a real high gas tank to me. He like when he get like 9 and 10, he pretty slow. He pretty slow and sloppy. The only thing I worry about is that ugly ass overhand punch that he throw. I would hate for my boy to get caught with that.
I worry about that hook. That motherfucker got a nice little hook. Like when you hit that damn what's that dude name with all them tattoos and shit? The one that knocked out the boy from New Zealand.
The boy from New Zealand.
With a bunch of tattoos.
Oh
Lucas
damn.
Brown?
Yeah, Lucas Brown. He hit that motherfucker with a hell of a left hook, man.
Yeah.
The one from New Zealand, the Junior Five. Ain't he from New Zealand?
He hit Chisora with that damn hook too.
He hit Anthony with the hook.
Yeah,
he did. He hit Anthony Joshua with the exact same punch that Andy Ruiz hit him with. That counter left hook after the right hand from Joshua.
Right. It staggered Joshua, but he fought through that one. That was, to me, I thought that fight fooled me. I was like, okay, he got some heart and stuff because he fought through almost getting knocked down. I don't know what was different between him and Andy and him and Dillian.
I don't know, man. We might have to be that Huckleberry, man. I mean, I guess we can't win every single time. I would like to, but we got to gamble at them every now and then.
I'm gonna go and confess. I'm already out there.
Yeah, I know, cause you hit that thumbs up on that shit, but you didn't pay attention to the rest of it. Cause I told you, like, don't worry about that right now. Let me.
Yeah, I read the second one. I read the second one. I did. I read the second one. And it was something that I was like, Trey X, when he do this right here, this is one of those times that he be doing this, and I be like, he gonna change it, man. He gonna overthink it, and I'm like, let's not overthink it. Let's go ahead and jump on it now. So that's what I did.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. A lot of time when I be saying let's change it, I be right like a motherfucker.
But you didn't say let's change it. You just said let's hold up, and now you just made a good ass argument of why we should be the Huckleberry. So I'm still sitting in the pretty ass spot I was sitting in after you went through all your analogies and said let's be the Huckleberry. I'm all in.
Yeah, we might have to get out there. I mean, when you already out there, I'm gonna have to get out there with you.
And I'm just being honest. This is one of those times that I'm like, you just gave me all the aspects of what happened, and they always be pluses. And those are the ones that you'll be like, we're gonna bag off of that, and we'll look at it later and be like, ooh, we missed some money. So this time I'm like, I'm gonna use your habit, your one thing that you always do. I'm gonna use it as a finder and be like, this might be my 1 in 10 chances out of every 100 that I can make a move on my own off of his moves. So I'm gonna see what happens. I'm excited about it. That I'm tripping. I'm happy I'm in now because I'm like I played it right. You explained exactly all the good stuff that would have guided me to be in anyway. So I'm in.
Hey, anytime it's a bet that you like, don't hesitate to make it because it's good when we have some bets that's different. I don't want the motherfuckers thinking we the exact same account and we trying to take advantage of bonuses and shit because that type of shit get your account shut down. Like they got rules against syndicates. So I don't want them thinking we no syndicates. So anytime you got a bet, like when you said you had bet on Usyk over Joshua, that was a good bet. Whatever that you come across like that, just bet that shit.
I got you.
I'll be doing little shit too, trying to distinguish myself. I'll go in there and drop some money off on the poker. Whatever. I'll go play a little blackjack a little bit. I just want to look like a regular guy.
I threw some dice.
And what really got me thinking like that is they voided one of my bets that I won. This motherfucker, a matter of fact, it might have been that Peter Dobson guy that I had mentioned earlier. I had took him by decision, and they didn't grade my bet. They just voided it, so I didn't get paid. So it will be some times where they take a long time to process my bet. And I'll email the motherfucker. And I'll tell them, look, man, I just won this bet. This is the reference number. I don't want y'all to void my shit like you did last time. So just go ahead and get me squared away. And they always do. But they'll send me an email. And then, like, at first they was talking kind of nice in the email. Like, hey, congratulations on your win and this and that, this and that. But then that shit kind of changed. They just started, like, they stopped being so nice. They just tell me, okay, we got this handle for you and stuff like that. But it don't seem like they happy that I'm winning. You know what I'm saying? So I know that they don't like winners, bro. They really like for you to lose. So I plan on winning a lot more. So I just try to, be in a position where they think we just lucky and they don't think we good.
Okay, so every once in a while, I'm gonna follow the bets, but I'm gonna just pick a bet out of the blue just to, have a little curveball in once in a while in there.
Not just a bet. It'd be good if it was in a whole different lane.
I feel you. Like I said, I threw dice the other day. I went in there and was like, let me mess with the dice thing and see how it go down. I don't like it because I had lost.
Oh, man, they be kicking my ass on that poker table. And what's so crazy, like, I really know how to play poker. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have a lot of experience. I done read, like, 6 books on the game. I done won a lot. Like, I ain't gonna say, like I done won millions of dollars or something, but most of the time, when I sit down and play poker in real life, I win. But on this damn digital shit, I can't win for nothing. And then even if I play the game of my life, I still end up losing because they'll give me a cooler or something like that. So I'm just like, damn, man, it's like, am I just not as good as I thought I was, or is this shit just janky? I can't really figure out which one it is because I got to say that the players are better than the players that I play in real life. You know what I'm saying? Because they on the damn computer playing all day, every day. But I don't think that they that good to where I shouldn't be able to beat the motherfuckers. But nigga, I lose most of the time. You know what I'm saying? I swear, I go in there and lose like a motherfucker.
I ain't planning on going that route. Like I said, I threw the dice. I got up, then I threw the dice again and got down. And I was like, I don't like this. I don't like the way this motherfucker sees someone right out the gate. So I was like, nope, I'm taking my little change and go play another kind of game.
Hey, them slots, they be people be winning big money on them slots. I'm not saying that for you to go play, but I have seen some of them tickets that them folks been cashing because you can see it on Reddit. I saw a dude the other day won 80,000, and
Wow.
yeah, and he was trying to figure out how to get it all off. That's a good problem to have. Like you got so much money on your account that you can't figure out how you gonna get all the money off without having to pay a bunch of fees and shit.
Yeah.
80
that is
grand.
good. Take it off a little at a time.
I told you I got a partner that won 35 in a poker tournament back in like 2006 or 2007 or some shit like that. Actually, I think it was closer to 40. That was the biggest win I had seen. That's what made me trust the website because they paid the motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they got some people that be winning some big numbers on that bitch.
Like I said, I'm enjoying. I've been having fun doing my thing. Willie Hutchinson sounds like an R&B nigga my mama used to play back in the day. Willie Hutchinson.
Yeah, that's the one that lost to the guy that I told you about. Fuck, I can't think of his name still. He like a southpaw. He real strong. He lost his last fight to Mark Heffron by knockout. He was coming off a year layoff.
How long has it been since Dillian been in the ring?
Tyson Fury when he got knocked out. I don't know when that was though. It
Close
seemed like
to
that
a-
wasn't that long ago, I don't think.
It don't seem like it was that long ago.
Yeah, I don't know.
It don't seem like a year ago. It doesn't seem that long ago. And Dillian seemed to take a knockout pretty well. He, I give him a scrapping fight, but I got a feeling that Franklin gonna do this. Franklin ain't got to knock him out of nothing. He just got to take it by decision, and I'll be good.
Yeah.
I'm smiling from ear to ear because I'm like, ooh, I'm gonna hit him hard. If I hit him, I'm gonna hit him hard. This will help buy some Christmas presents if I want to, because they just stole the fight from me.
Yeah, I might have gone drop me a little 50 on there or something.
Just because.
Hey, I got a 3.5 going against a 0.5. What you want me to do?
What can you do? You know what I'm saying? You got to keep it real with yourself. It's almost asinine. It would be asinine to not talk to yourself and say, "Hey, we need to go ahead and do this. We need to go ahead and do this."
The last bet that we took like that, we won. That was Misael Lopez versus Orlando Gonzalez. That was one of the best picks that we'd have made. That was 6-1 odds.
My antennas go up when you find the big odds like that. My antennas go up because you have all the stuff to say go. But like I said, I have learned you when you start overthinking, I'm like, this the one. I don't know how to tell you that this the one when you start overthinking because I don't want you to think that I'm thinking you overthinking.
No, it ain't been now time that I done that on the long odds and we would have won. It ain't been now time that I told you we gonna take a long odds bet and then we don't take it and we would have won and I overthought it. Anytime I done told, like I tell you, we gonna hedge out of a bet or something like that, that should be like minus 120. The biggest it'll be is like plus 140, but it ain't never no plus 600 or plus 700. And I'm looking back like, damn man, I fucked us out that money, man. We would.
No, because I had to start looking at that until the day when you like was fussing, and I was like, well, damn, I must have missed something. Then I started paying attention to that because usually I was just like, he gave me this bet, let me go ahead and go with it. I was going strictly off of whatever information you gave. But then when you like, when you went a little ballistic that day about that one bet, I was like, oh, these numbers mean something over here. On the 100, I ain't bullshitting you. I ain't just been riding with you, but now I know the numbers mean something. I'm like, okay. But the ones that you would pull off on, I'm strictly just like, oh, I'm taking this bet because the reaction of what you're doing is like on the ones that we would win. I ain't never said no big one. I'm just looking at like the ones that you say we should win. This is kind of like the vibe I get from you. So I'm like, I'm gonna just take a shot at this one and see what happens.
Yeah, the only time I tell you that let me look at a bet that's when it's on the money line. And that's the reason why I take it on the money line, because we have the opportunity to cash it out. And I tell you to take it early so we can jump on it before the odds change.
So we
Like,
can get the biggest amount we can
yeah,
get.
we can get the biggest amount. That's the only time. Like 99% of the time, if I send you a money line pick, I'm gonna tell you that it's a chance that we might cash it out. That's the reason I'm taking it. If I tell you to take a bet by decision or take a bet by knockout, there ain't no cashing that out. Like, once you make that bet, that's final. The only way that you can get out that bet is to hedge your way out. And there ain't no hedge that's gonna hold all the time. If you notice, anytime I told you to hedge something, the hedge has held 100% of the time. There has never been a time I told you to hedge something and we lost both sides. That has not happened one single time. So I'm very good at knowing where to hedge at. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, if I send it on the money line, I'm sending it to you early so we can get the odds, but we also have the flexibility to get out the bet if we need to. So don't be surprised if I send you a money line bet, bro, and I'm like, hey, cash that out.
Yeah, you told me to cash out before, and you saved the money. You was like, see, we cashed out on that. I got you on that. I guess I'm just having so much fun. I let myself get beside myself. That boy Egg laughing. He said, I remember that one, OG, when you said you won like 75 over plus 600 or something like that.
Yeah, I wasn't happy about that shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's when I realized, hey, I better start paying attention to those numbers over there to the side because that must mean something. I had just been right.
Yeah. I done won me a few hundred. And this nigga over here talking about he won 70 off the best pick that a nigga done made in a long time. That shit there had me bad in the mother. It ain't even my money. I ain't asked you for a dime. But I just want to destroy the motherfucker, nigga. Them hoes don't come around that often.
Yeah, so I started looking at that. So now I'm like, when I see a certain thing go, I'm like, oh yeah, let me listen hard. But like I said, when you said, hold up, it was something, like I said, it was the vibe that you gave. And I was like, okay, this is the chance right here. This is my chance to shoot the trigger first, because we're going to come back to it. Well, I got lucky. You came back to it. You said, go ahead and ride. I'm riding. I'm smiling riding. I'm riding right now. I don't even care if the road finna go off and we got to go into a whole bunch of water to come up on the other side. I'm not even finna flip.
I should have sent you these damn college football picks, man. I didn't know if you wanted to get out there again because last week wasn't that good. And then look, we went 7-6 on the picks that I sent you, but I actually I forgot to put one of the picks on the list. That was Middle Tennessee. And that motherfucker went out there and won. So instead of being 7-6, we would have been 8-6. And then the professional football picks that I made last week, both of those won. I had the New Orleans Saints +3, and plus I had the Denver Broncos +3 over the Jaguars. Both them motherfuckers won. You know, so I had New Orleans over Oakland. They went out there and blew them out 24-0. And the Denver Broncos, they beat the Jaguars 21-17, and both of those were underdogs. Because I don't pick nothing but underdogs. And that would have got us up to 10-6. Hold on, 7-6 up to 8-6 with Middle Tennessee. Add 2 more, that would have got us to 10-6. And that would have been a lot better. You know what I'm saying? But since I ain't do all that, I was like, man, he might not want the picks this week. Even though I had a good idea that it was probably going to be a turnaround. It ain't over, though. But I did get off to a good start. Most of the time, if I win my first bet, they got problems. And then one of the picks we got real unlucky with last week when TCU, when they played West Virginia, we had West Virginia in 7.5 points, and we was down by 3, which means we were covering the point spread. And for some reason, TCU went for a deep pass on 4th down and got a touchdown on us. Like, we got real unlucky. We was supposed to cover that point spread. Instead of being 7-6, that would have had us 8-5. And then if you get them other 2, that would have got us up to 10-5 for the week. You see what I'm saying?
Right. I do. But yeah, I wanted to pick just because we took a couple of bumps. Shoot, I am not lower than I still came back up. So the one bet I lost, I feel like I lost that was I went for Boy to beat Lomachenko with a decision. I went for him to win the fight. I mean, for the fight to go the distance, and I went for him to beat Lomachenko.
Yeah, sometimes on the football, I be kind of like caught up on how I want to do it because it seems like we might actually make more money if we don't take the point spread. Like last week, like one of the picks that I made was Charlotte plus 16.5 points over Rice. And they went out there and beat the brakes off of Rice. We didn't even need them 16.5 points. And if we would have bet them just to win, we would have got 6-1 odds. That would have took care of all the losses right there because we had 6 losses. So we would have just got that one right there. That would have took care of the losses, and then the other ones would have been straight profit. So sometimes I just be thinking. But I ain't gonna lie, sometimes we might have some heartbreakers because we had Nevada plus 24.5 points last week. I can't even know who the fuck they was playing. And it looked like they had a chance to win the game. We would have won 12.5 to 1. I mean 12 to 1 odds if we would have took it on the money line. But they ended up losing by 7, but they still covered the point spread. So I be kind of caught up on how I want to do that shit. So do I just keep on taking the point spreads, or should I just bet on the motherfuckers to win? Because it looked like we might actually make more money like that. Like today, the two teams I picked today, I had Ball State plus 7. They won outright. If I would have took them to win without the points, I would have got 2.2 to 1 odds. And the other game was Ohio. I had Ohio over Buffalo. Ohio plus 3. And they won outright. And if I would have took them to win, I would have got plus 125. So I would have made more money. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So, like I said, I'm having fun. I'm playing with the same wallet. So I'm just having fun. And I'm learning. I'm getting the idea of certain things, point spreads and all this. And I'm pretty sure that we would make more money going at the bet straight up instead of asking for a favor by having to buy points. I kind of get that concept. I'm like, it's so much to go on in betting. I'm like, it's a whole nother world. It's really a whole nother world. It's all kind of stuff going on, moving fast and stuff like that. You got to be always paying attention to what's happening, how the numbers are changing. Somebody got a big toe stub, or if they think they pinky toe hurt, they gonna know it might change the numbers. All kind of stuff going on. I'm like, wow.
That shit don't mean as much as it seemed, though. Like when people talk about injuries, if it's the quarterback that's injured, that means a lot. But anybody else, it don't mean as much. It means a lot sometimes, but not that often. Because what you got to think about is above replacement. Like how good, like the person that got hurt, how much better are they than the backup? And a lot of the time in college, it really don't be that much of a difference. You get like a scale out of 1 to 10. The person that got hurt was a 9, and the person that's behind them is an 8. Well, that's not gonna throw your team off that much. You know what I'm saying? Like you got a 5-star recruit, he get hurt, and you got a 4-star coming in behind him. You can still win. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
People just don't they don't really understand football the way they think they do. And that's what allows us to make a profit. Because the betting public, they don't know what the hell they're talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like as far as the real numbers that mean something.
But don't give away too much.
Oh yeah, I ain't gonna give up the game. You know me,
yeah,
nigga. I ain't for giving up the game and shit, nigga.
If you want to get any more of that information, it's gonna be somewhere you're gonna have to subscribe to in order to get that kind of bread.
Oh yeah, man. Anybody that's a member on the channel, they are welcome to get the picks.
Eric R said he had Ortiz and the Eagles winning by 10. Ortiz over Lomachenko.
Yeah, you talking about Ortiz over Lomachenko. And he said he had the Eagles to win by 10. I can't even remember their fucking point spread. Who the fuck did the Eagles play again? They played the Steelers. I know they went out there and blew them motherfuckers out, though. I think they beat them like 13-35. Yeah, so they cover the point spread, but I don't really bet on favorites though, because to me the most value is in the underdogs. Number one, the underdogs cover the point spread 50.6% of the time for like the past 10 years. So that's automatically had you looking at a better side of the play. And then like let's say they got a team that's the underdog, but I say they gonna win. That's a bigger discrepancy than me saying that this is the best team and this team is gonna win. You see what I'm saying? Like that's not as powerful. So yeah, I'm more about the underdog. Like this week, I'm taking the two teams that's really been holding me down in the NFL, the Seattle Seahawks. They've been grossly undervalued this whole season. And I've been sitting right there, nigga. Every time I got them in a good spot, I'm taking them Seahawks. They only lost for me one time. They lost when they played the New Orleans Saints. And the Saints is the other team that's been grossly undervalued. I've been riding with them Saints every chance I get, and they've been holding me down. They only lost for me one time, and that was when they played Arizona. And Andy Dalton, he threw 2 pick sixes, and they only lost by 8 points. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, finding them undervalued teams is the best way to do that shit. And I got a pretty good method of finding them teams.
Huh.
NFL is a lot easier than college, though. That's for sure. But I like college because there's just so many teams, man.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It would be difficult just because of so many teams, wouldn't it? NFL got a small number.
Yeah, but I just do it off of math, though. So it's not that big of a deal because I love math. So I'd be happy to go in there and crunch them numbers. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna tell you, man, my favorite team is Tulane, the Green Wave. And them motherfuckers be tearing me up every single time I bet against them. I took hey, because I told you, nigga, I'll bet against my favorite team. I don't give a damn. I took Memphis over them motherfuckers last time. They went out there and tore my ass up. This week I'm betting against them again. I'm taking Tulsa at home plus 7.5. They just gonna have to get me again. Because I think Tulsa got action.
Now I got to make sure that anytime Tulane playing and you throw that bet out there, I'm gonna have to go with Tulane. Just because you can't find yourself to not go with them, and that's your team.
Well, this is the thing though. Even when Tulane covered the point spread against Memphis, we had the opportunity to win that game. Memphis, they lost the game for me because I got 7.5 points, and they was down by 10. So Memphis, they drive the length of the field, and they get in the red zone. Instead, and there ain't that much time left on the clock. It's late in the fourth quarter. It's only like a minute and something left in the game. Normally, a team would kick the field goal right there and then kick the onside kick. If they would have kicked the field goal, we would have won the game. They would have covered the point spread. But instead, they went for the touchdown. And they didn't get the touchdown, so that means that we lost by 10 instead of losing by 7. If we lose by 7, we win the bet. You know what I'm saying? And they got off to a bad start in that game, too. They was down like 24-0 or some shit. And they came all the way back. So I think that I made the right pick. It's just that we got unlucky because like they threw an interception. They threw a couple of interceptions. But it's the thing, you can't predict the interception, bro.
No,
like
okay.
yeah, you can't predict if a motherfucker gonna throw a pick six or some shit like that. That or let's say somebody fumbled the ball. How the hell you gonna predict the fumble? But I'm gonna tell you, my record betting on football is 32-15. And I just leave that at that. And look around and do some research and go look up the numbers for the professionals and see what kind of numbers they put up. They be winning 57% of their games. Nigga, overall, I'm 32-15, nigga. So I feel just fine about the picks that I've been making.
Eric R say, yo, why do Russell Wilson and his helmet look like Michael from The Wire?
I ain't never even watched The Wire.
Me either. Seahawks and Giants or Saints? I don't know if that's a question or what.
I done bet on all them teams. The Seahawks, I done bet them several times, and the Saints. I took the Giants over Jacksonville. I don't know why, but this year they just overvalue Jacksonville. So most of the times that I done got a chance to go against them, I done faded them, and I done won. I even had the Houston Texans over Jacksonville. I took Houston plus 7.5 over Jacksonville, and they went out there and beat the motherfuckers outright. I ain't even need the points. Yeah, they just overvalued them people, man. But if you know how to look at the efficiency margins, you will be able to find them situations very easily. It's really simple, bro. Like it's not rocket science at all. If people really understood what they were looking at, they would have to shut that shit down, bro. I swear they wouldn't be able to run no sports book betting football if everybody really understood football. That shit is easy to bet. I don't even be knowing about the teams half the time, and I'm 32-15 right now. Nigga, it was a game I took. It was Virginia versus Georgia Tech. I got Virginia in the game, and I'm cheering for Georgia Tech. I done got mixed up on which team is on who is who. I swear to God, nigga, my team went out there and threw an interception. My team threw a pick six, and I got up celebrating, thinking that. Then I said, "Hold on, oh man, ain't that a bitch, man?" I thought I had the brother as my quarterback and shit, but they got their shit together though and went out there and won the game. So we still won the bet, but that just lets you know I got confused on who was who, nigga. I'm cheering for the wrong team because I don't have to know nothing about the team, bro. Just give me the number. That's all I need.
That's crazy. That's insane. Well, I'm looking at the time. It's 1:06. I was saying we're gonna wrap it up. I ain't gonna hold us hostage like last time.
Yeah, I was thinking the same shit.
I'm hungry. It's time to go find something to eat.
Appreciate you having me let me get on the panel like usual.
That's always a plus in the giving.
Yeah, man, we didn't do no live stream on Monday because of Halloween. I don't know when we gonna do the next one. I gotta get with Marlo. It is some fights coming up this weekend though. Ados Yerberts Newley versus David Morrell. That's gonna be a pretty good fight. It's on Showtime on Saturday. Who knows? We might call the fight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'll be able to listen to it from work.
Yeah, I'm about to jump out though, man. Salute to you.
Salute to you, man. Appreciate you stopping through.
Yes, sir.
Now, Hyphy and D-Lo, are you guys still awake? I would suspect not. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and thank everybody that came through. And with that, I'm going to say we out. As soon as I find the button to press. Let's go out with how we came in.
Y'all know what it is. MZ Talks Boxing.
Let me make this abundantly clear. We talk about boxing here. My opinion is winning, but if you ain't feeling the good on your boxing, yeah. This mental headshot sting. So do these body blows that I bring. You wanted the big step to the ring. Let's go to the toe to the final bell ring. MZ Talks Boxing. Yeah.